Hebrew feels like home. Come be a part of
Jay, you want to do society?
Where Hebrew feels like home.
If the Yahweh, he who be, delight in us, then he will bring us I into this land, and give it to us, and give it to I, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel if the Yahweh, he who be, delight in us, then he will bring us I into this land, and give it to us, and give it to I. If the Yahweh, he who be, delight in us, then he will bring us I into this land, and give it to us, and give it to I, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye, y'all, against the Yahweh, he who be, neither fear y'all the people of the land.
Come be a part of.
Jay, you want to do society?
Rent their clothes.
Where Hebrew
They
feels like
spake
home.
unto all the company of the children of Israel, saying, The land which we passed through to search it is an exceeding good land. If the Lord delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord, a land which floweth with milk and honey. 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 In us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Through to search it is an exceeding good land. Through to search it is an exceeding good land. Through to search it is an exceeding good land.
Come be a part of.
Alright, and then Jay, you want to do society?
Where Hebrew feels like home.
If the Yahweh, he who be, delight in us, then he will bring us I into this land, and give it to us, and give it to I, a land which floweth with milk and honey.
Come be a part of.
Only rebel not ye, y'all, against the Yahweh, he who be, neither fear y'all the people of the land. For
If the Lord delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord, neither fear ye the people of the land, but the land which floweth with milk and honey. a land which floweth with milk and honey. He will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. He will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Is an exceeding good land. Is an exceeding good land. Is an exceeding good land. If the Lord delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense is departed from us, and the Lord is with us. Fear them not. And all the congregation bade stone them with stones. The glory of the Lord appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? To Moses, how long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? And the Lord said unto Moses, How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? I will smite them with the pestilence, and disinherit them, and will make of thee a greater nation, and mightier than they. And Moses said unto the Lord, Then the Egyptians shall hear it, for thou broughtest up this people in my mouth. How long will this people provoke me? And how... Psalm 11.
מזמור י"א למנצח לדוד, 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 לדוד.
In the Lord put I my trust, my trust. Psalm 11.
מזמור י"א למנצח לדוד, 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 לדוד.
In the Lord put I my trust, my trust, my trust.
ואדוני חסיתי, 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 חסיתי.
How say ye to my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul?
איך תאמרו לנפשי, 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 לנפשי.
Flee as a bird to your mountain, to your mountain, to your mountain, to your mountain.
נודי ארחם ציפור, ארחם ציפור, 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 ציפור.
For lo, the wicked bend their bow. They make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. If the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold. His eyelids try the children of men. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence his soul hateth. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire, and brimstone, and an horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup. For the righteous Lord loveth righteousness. His countenance doth behold the upright.
We can rely on the conquering lion, most lighter. You're the only one we can rely on. Hail up the conquering lion, most lighter. You're the only one we can rely on.
In Ethiopian life, the imperial ruler is likened in splendor to the sun, in exalted power to the lion, in his divine being to the kings of Israel, and at times to God himself.
Rastafari, Africa is a must, so nobody force now cause. You have to jump on this your bus, Zion born, right?
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. השמך אלוהים, כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימינך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. סובו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות. מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Come be a part of.
Jay, you want to do society?
Where Hebrew feels like home.
גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים, כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימיניך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. סופו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על חוט. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים, כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימיניך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. סופו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
Erev Tov. Good evening, Lila Tov. Good night, Boker Tov. Good morning. Yes. Here for the second day of the Shabua here, Shabua Tov. A good, strong, good week right here by Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Hopefully one's Shabbat, first day, good, well. Hakol Beseder, all in order. Yes. And if it's not all in order, then till some more, we till right here in the season. Reason for the season here with the 37th sabbatical study, Shabbat strong. Here we have this Torah reading and feeding, 37th, Shelach Lekha. Shelach. Interesting, because there we have Shalach. Remember the previous Torah portion, the Exodus, right? When Pharaoh, when he let go, that's how it's often translated, when he let go. The Hebrew Shalach means to send. So here we have this Torah portion, that was Bishalach, in sending forward. Here we have the 37th sabbatical study here in the fourth book of Moshe, the fourth book of the Pentateuch, what is known as the Torah, the 5 volumes. Here in the 4 of the 5, here in this Torah reading and feeding, we have Shelach. Now, Shelach is imperative, a command, Shelach, like to send. So if you were to say to a man, or a male, send, Shelach, send, can have the sense of going, but literally Shelach is to send. Shelach Lekha, le for the lamed, for of the prefix there, the lamed, right? Ka is the suffix for a male. So this is like a male command right here. Shelach, send, Lekha, Lekha. Some would enunciate it as Shelach Lekha, Shelach Lekha, or in the more ancient Afro-Semitic pointing, Shelach Lekha, Shelach Lekha, Shelach Lekha. Send for yourself. In the King King's Bible, we have Lakk, Lakk, Shelach, 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 Lakk. Send, tilkalachihu. Send, right, for yourselves. So there's a slight difference right there from the Masoretic. The Masoretic is like send, you male, for yourself. Now this is very, very important right here. The send for yourself. The send for yourself sense. We'll unpack it, right? Because here we find that it was not so much a command of Yahweh, but it was to the peoples, the man and peoples there, kind of wondering, what is this land like? When will we get to the land? So forth and so on. A questioning, as it were, concerning the land. And therefore, Moshe was told, right, to send for yourself. Since y'all want to know, this is question amongst y'all, send for yourself. So here we get the narrative of the spies, right? The 12 spies. Now, this is pivotal here in the Torah reading and feeding, because we said at 11, right? Remember, we got to chapter 11 in the previous Torah reading and feeding. We got to chapter 11, and we said, what is chapter 11 like in the world sense? Chapter 11 is what is called bankruptcy, right? Bankruptcy. And on a certain level, we see a kind of a bankruptcy of that Exodus generation. What's interesting is that we have the Kabbalat Shabbat, the welcoming of the Sabbath, the receiving, welcoming, Kabbalah, to welcome, to receive, welcoming the receiving of the Sabbath on what's called the Friday evening, really the Shabbat Eve, where we have those 6 Psalms. There's 6 Psalms. And the 6 Psalms begin with Psalm 95. And Psalm 95 is a very, very interesting psalm. If you read it, it has like the first part is like a praise. It's like a big up. It's beautiful. But then the second part is like a sunny day, bright sunny day. And then somewhere along the line, it turns gray, very, very gray, right? Because there in Psalm 95, in fact, let's just do this right here. This is a little overview right here. So we began off, just FYI, we began off here for the evening podcast here, second day of the Shavua, the Monday, Midrash Monday podcast. We began off with actually with a clip of Dennis Brown, a little rough mix right there, Dennis Brown in the Torah reading and feeding. I think it was Caleb, Caleb, Caleb means dog. Caleb in Hebrew, Caleb, dog, Caleb, name of the man, right? My dog, where my dog's at, Caleb. Now, Caleb, very, very interesting. Caleb, there were 12 spies. To give you an overview, there were 12 spies, and 10 of them brought back a diba. Back in the days, the old dancehall reggae, there used to be something called dibby dibby, like somebody dibby. Maybe somebody from the patois can better explain, but it's just kind of interesting because in the Hebrew, the report that they bring back, that's called the evil report, is called a diba. Diba, take note, diba, Dibbah is a good way in the English to bring it out, diba. So there are 12 spies, one for each of the 12 tribes of Israel, the rank and file Israelites, right? There's 12. There we go. Caleb. Caleb is primarily a male name of Hebrew origin that is said to mean wholehearted. Ka, which in the Hebrew ka, like, right? Like, lave is heart. Now, the name, often, people say Caleb is dog, right? Caleb is dog, right? And Caleb is related to Caleb. Caleb. But when we break it down in the Ivrit, in the Hebrew, we have the preposition ka, preposition, right? From the kaf. And then we have lave, or some will say lev, Kalev, Kaleb. The two primary, the modern way, of enunciating in the more ancient way. So Lave or Lev is heart. Lave. Amharic lib, heart. Kalev. Kalba. Kalev and Kalba. Okay. Yeah. Not to teach you all, so-called bad words, but you need to know these words. It's not really a bad word, depending on how you use your intent is really what's behind the spirit of the word. But we have Kalba. Kalva is like a female dog, right? And what that they call that. You know what I mean? So forth. So, but still, be it as it may. So there were 12 that were sent, right? And of those 12, 10 brought back a bad or an evil report. And only 2, right, namely Caleb and Yehoshua or Joshua, only 2 brought back a good report, right, or a good report. We've been speaking about this leading up to this, that one thing that you'll find as we study the narrative here, that Yahweh was very wroth and routed with, and and he said that they had slandered, right? It's the the dibby report. They had slandered the land. And this is interesting because we say that they didn't believe, they did this, they did that. But what Yahweh says is that they had slandered the land. You have to think about that for a moment. We could say slander a man, slander God, slander a man, slander a woman, slander somebody, right? But they slandered the land. And it seems as though, according to what is written in HaTorah, this was very, very upsetting to Yahweh, right? Very upsetting to the Elohei Yisrael because of that, right? And that almost got them an immediate judgment, like the death penalty for that, right? However, Moshe. Moshe was like the Israelites' lawyer or attorney. You know what I mean? Always going to bat for the B'nai Yisrael. Whether they were, well, you don't have to go to bat for them if they're good, but especially for all these, what the spies saw. That's another interesting question. What did the spies see? Because there's a lot that we can learn from this. Just basically about people and community and working together. Also, there was the missed opportunity, right? There's a big missed opportunity, and because of this missed opportunity, right, what would have been a short journey, maybe some say a month, some say 11 days to a month, according to some estimates of the approximate distance, right? Anywhere from 11 days to a month, it would have taken them to reach, what is called the promised land. However, right, they wandered. That generation he brought out, he was not pleased with them to bring them in. Oh, my bad right there. I was reasoning and we didn't even bring up the let's bring this up right here so we can just show you this with Psalm 95, because every Shabbat Eve, many of us Torah observant wise and according to the tribe, right, we ride up with these 6 Psalms, the 6 days of the week on the Friday evening, right, the eve of the Shabbat. And the first one is Psalm 95, right? Psalm 95. And if you just read it, you read it, you could just read it. But if you read it and you try to understand what it's all about, what is it really saying, right? You'll notice that in the Psalm, it changes up. Let's bring it up right here. Let's go to KJV Light. Give me one moment, y'all. All right, here we go. The grapes. All right, so Psalm 95, right? Let's just go through this one here together so that ones hopefully can get the vibe here and how this directly connects with this Torah portion right here. Here, the 37th sabbatical study here for this Shabbat Strong. When we say the Shabbat Strong, we really also refer to the Shabbat, and the Shabbat, right? The 7th day, but then it says 6 days we shall work, do all of our labor, occupational labor, and the Shabbat day rest. So part of the work we do in the study to show ourselves approved here is in the Torah reading and feedings right here. So here, Psalm 95, it says, "Oh, come, Let us make I and I sing La Yahweh to he who be Yahweh HaKadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu. Blessed be he, Baruch Hashem, blessed be the name. Make I and I make a joyful noise to the rock of Yeshua, of our Yeshua, our salvation. Let us, or make I and I, make us come before his presence, for his face, his presence, his perception, right? With thanksgiving, with Torah, thanksgiving, and make a joyful noise to him with psalms. Another very important key right here. You notice it says psalms here. I mean, who now really sings psalms? I mean, people sing songs, just speaking about, especially those in what is called Christianity or from the New Covenant perspective, those who say they are Nazarenes or rather Christians. But how often do they sing psalms? They talk about praise and worship, right? We talked on that right there. But when do they sing song? It's a gospel. Gospel. What's gospel? I mean, we know what the gospel is. The good news, the Besora, right? But they sing gospel music. But the scripture don't speak about that. We're not saying that we're against gospel music, but especially this modern, this latter day thing is no different than the secular music. But be that as it may, we just wanted to highlight this here that says with psalms. Psalms, the psalms, right? How often do churches really sing the psalms of the scripture? Right, the Davidic Psalms, right? Be that as it may, right there, right? Or it says, come before his face, prevent his face, right? Prevent his face. What says prevent his face? Prevent his face? Prevent his face? Okay, here's where sometimes we have to go into a little more study, right? Because right here, it says, come before, right? Nikadama, Kadam, we say Kedam, also Kedamawi, Kedem, this Afro-Semitic term. Here we have Kadam. Kadam is the verb. Kadam, right, to meet. So some places in the King James Version of the Bible, it says, I think here it says, here it says come before his presence, but you have to study to find that actually could be translated as prevent, right? Prevent. I know see how words go? We use prevent in a different sense, but here, right, this root word is to come or be in front of, right? So to go before, kadam. And we say like the kedem is the east. The kedem is the east, like the rising where the light rises on the horizon, with, the new day, what they call, sunrise, but actually the light rise. To confront or to go before. So the Adam, right, has a sense of to meet, right? To meet, to receive, or literally to go before. It's like to go before. So even when we say Kedamawi from the Gutters, Kedamawi, Haile Selassie, because he's the first king upon the throne of David, right? With that name, right? The one, like they would say, Haile Selassie first, or with the Roman numeral number I, right? But the sense is first, like go before. It in the sense of numbers, right? The Adam, the Kedem, and the Adam sense is like the pi phi, right? You know what I mean? It's like the phi, more like the phi, right? Which is interesting too, but we'll touch on that. But to go beforehand. Oh, there's a psalm. What is it? Psalm preventeth him with blessings. Let's just do this right here since we're on this level of the study right here as we get into this Torah portion. Let's see. Blessings and prevent. Oh, preventist. Yeah, that's that old English. Preventist. There we go. Psalm 21:3. For thou preventest him with the blessings of goodness. Thou settest a crown of pure gold on his head. Birosho. Now, it's strange, right? Like preventist. I mean, how do people? I don't even hear people speaking about this. Like even the Israelites. How would you interpret this? For the KJV onlys. How would we look at this right here? For thou preventest. Don't prevent me. You can't prevent me. Well, the sense of this is the kadam. Same word here, kadam. Right? To come, to meet. So a more better translation would be like thou meetest him, or thou goest before him. Right? Thou goest before him, right? Thou meetest him, right? Thou goest before him, beforehand, like to prepare something. It can also be used in the sense of to confront, because if you confront somebody, you go in front of them, right? Like why you confronting me? Like, you get out my way, stop confronting. You know what I mean? They're in front of you. You know what I mean? That sense. But when we get to more of the root of the Adam, and this is very important, even when we study the Kedem and the Kedamah, we sense it means to project, to proceed, in a sense of to hasten, right? Anticipate, to meet. Usually, not always, but usually for help. To project, in the sense of to project oneself. So if somebody go before you, it's like, like somebody, why you get up in my face? People say, you get out my face. You're up in my face. They project themselves. They have gone in front of you. They precede you, or to go before. So it can be used according to the context there. So that's the context of this right here. So 21:3, for thou preventest him with the blessings of goodness. Now we look at it in the other way of English, right? English, words, in the beginning was the word. We might have some problem. This might be or might have been problematic. Ask your preacher, ask your pastor. You know what I mean? What does this psalm mean? Preventest, right? Preventest. It sounds like you're saying that you stop him from getting blessings or something. No, but you go before him, right? With the blessings of goodness, thou settest a crown of pure gold on his head. Right now, here, let's just go on right here. So this is the same psalm that we're in, Psalm 95. We just segue there just to bring out the note here, and the note said here, preventest his face. So the word come there is kadam, to go before, right? And the word for face there is from the panim root, panai, panim, panayo, panav, right? Thou goest before his face. Thou nikadama, lifanayo, likadama, lipanav, likadama, right? With thanksgiving. So we go before his presence, we go before his face, right? Nikadama, right? And make a joyful noise, right? To him with psalms. And then we zoomed in on that term right there, psalms, right? So specifically with the psalms, right? The Psalms of David. You'll see that also in the New Covenant scriptures, how there is quotes and references to psalms, and how much is based on psalms within the holy congregational, for congregation, private, but also congregational worship, right? But now how does it connect with Shelach here, this Torah portion here? Verse 3, for Yahweh is a great God, a great El, almighty, right? A great almighty, a great king, right? Above all gods, right? All gods. So some say, well, there's only one God. I think that you don't understand. It says, for us, there's only one God, but however many gods or lords there be for us, right? So question about who are the all gods there? Verse 4, right? It goes on, it says, in his hand, the deep places of the earth, right? So we say, is the earth flat, right? There's high places, mountains, the extraterrestrial. Yeah, we're the ones who say that the mountains are properly defined as extraterrestrial. What's in so-called outer space is celestial. Where the stars are, the celestials are, right? The strength of the hills is his also, right? The strength of the hills, right? So this is speaking about, the firm places, right? The heights of the hills, right? The deep and the heights. So we're noticing this right here. That's why we say that if the earth, quote, is flat, it's not flat, because obvious that we have low places, right? Some very deep places and some very high places, right? Right. So here it goes on to describe the earth, right? The sea is his. The sea is his. And he made it, right? And his hands form the dry. His hands form the dry, right? Whose the sea is. In other words, the sea belongs to him. Now it goes to verse 7, right? Oh, come, right? Let us worship, and bow down. Let us do what? Let us shachat. Shachat is like to prostrate, right? And to bow down to kara, like to bend the knee. So the worship, in other words, prostration, and also the bending, the bending of the knee, the bowing, the bending of the knee in worship. Because Hebraically, Judaically, when we worship, since he is the King of Kings, right? Yahweh Eloheinu, we come before him as we come before a king, right? Be that as it may, it says, let us kneel before Yahweh our Maker, right? Our Maker, right? Osenu, right? Now it goes on right here, right? Now here's where the psalm changes. So Psalm 95, the first of the Kabbalat Shabbat Psalms, right? From verses 1 to verse 6, it's like praise, like worship, beautiful, wonderful. Let's look at this verse here, right? For he is Eloheinu, right? Our Elohim. And we, the people of his pasture. So here, building up on this allegory or parable, for he's our shepherd, and we are likened in relation to he and to he only. Right? This is the important thing because people like to run around talking about sheeple. But Bnei Yisrael, the Israelites, according to HaTorah, right, in relation, right, to Yahweh, he is our shepherd, right, and we are his sheep, but only in relationship to him, right? That's why it says, for he is Eloheinu. You know what I mean? Now, when you have other Elohim before him, well, then that means you might become a sheeple in that sense. You know what I mean? For other people, right? For he, Eloheinu, and we, the people of his pasture, right? And the sheep of his hand, right? Now, notice this last part of the verse here. It says, today, if you will hear his voice. So in this Torah portion, we can ask the question, did they really hear his voice? This is the test, right? The lesson, right? The testing, right? And the blessing. But here we get the lesson, right? The Torah being revealed, you know what I mean? Direction, instruction, even here in Numbers, the order of the camp, right? In the first 10 chapters, beautiful order, right? Get to chapter 11, something is hitting the curb right here. But notice this verse here, it says, today, if y'all will hear his voice, right? If y'all will do what? We say, Shema, Yisrael, Shema, right? Hear his voice. But here's where we need to study. That the hear here, yes, it means hear to listen, but it also means this. It means to obey, right? So let's read it like that. Today, right? If y'all will obey his voice. You get it? So in a sense, they might have heard, right? But they did not fully hear to obey. And this is where Numbers begins to get very interesting, not just for then, but also for now. Today, if you will hear his voice, it goes on to say, harden, right, not your heart, as in the provocation, as the day of temptation in the wilderness. Now, the translator seeks to translate the word, which is good, provocation and temptation. But if we were to read it from the Hebrew perspective, we'll find that these are two locations. These are two locations that the Israelites were camped in and were located in. Namely, let's bring this out right here. Okay, the first place provocation was Meribah. It says Meribah at Meribah, right? This is brought out in the Hebrew as strife and contention, Meribah, right? Or quarrel, right? Translated here as provocation, right? Right? From the word reeb. So there's a location, Meribah, right? And it says, as the day of temptation. And then there's another place, Masa here in the Hebrew is the spear test. It's a test, right? Life is a test, right? Despair, right? Testing, proving, trial. So this word both has a sense of despair, but despair in the context of a testing. You're going through a testing, a proving, a trial. And of course, if one falls short, of that goal, then there is what? There is despair, right? So Masa right here. So we have Masa attesting. Of men, it's like judicial, like law, judicial. Of Elohim, this is like querulous, like quarrelsome. They were quarrelsome. They were querulous. They quarreled, right? So in Psalm 95, Mizmor Ade, hey, is a beautiful example, right, of this fourth book here, right? From the third book, Leviticus, and coming from the second book, right, Exodus, we get the victory song, we get the praise and worship, we get Yisrael becoming a nation and this covenant, of the kingdom, of the priesthood and this holy nation, right? And praise and worship, all of this is right here, right? And it begins off, right? Like I said, this psalm here is the Friday evening psalm. Because as we started to, regularly chant the psalm, Friday evening psalm, the thought came to mind like, wow, how interesting it is that the psalm just changes up, right? It kind of changes up. In other words, the first part of the psalm is like so beautiful. It's like, yeah, let's praise, let's worship. Then it's like, something happened. What happened? You know what I mean? Something happened right here. And it said from the commentary that some scholars and some of us have had on this particular verse, these verses here, right? And according to Midrash, right, that if Yisrael, if the Beta Israel, if the Israelites, right, had observed even one single Shabbat, right, according to the true spirit of Shabbat, then deliverance, right, would forthwith ensue. You know what I'm saying? Would forthwith ensue. In other words, if we had to observe one Shabbat, right, one Shabbat, the wilderness in the sense for the Israelites was like a Sabbath, right? But be that as it may, right there, we get the invocation to praise in the first part of the song, right? Why should we praise? Right? Like that. Well, because he is supreme in the first four verses. Then we get to around verse 6 to 7, because he is Yisrael's Elohim, right? And then when you think about the narrative, all that according to what's written, the Israelites, they had witnessed all these other things that Yahweh had did. That's what makes it so interesting what they say. Another thing, speaking about what they say, the use of words. Here we're in the book known as Bamidbar, Ba in Midbar, in the wilderness. But then anyone who studies the basics of the biblical Hebrew knows that Midbar at its root is Dabar. And Dabar is both the word as a noun for word and as a verb to speak. So it's how they spoke, how they ordered, or how their words was disordered. So here's the key verse right here, right? This verse here, but beginning from this part of the verse. Today, if y'all will hear, will obey his voice. That day was not only an occasion of rejoicing and thanksgiving, but it was an opportunity for serious, right? Today, that day. Which day? Today. Right? So tomorrow, when it's tomorrow, you can call it today. And today is that day. That was not only an occasion of rejoicing and thanksgiving, but an opportunity for serious reflection and introspection. Right? Elohim had been their shepherd, speaking in the context of the Israelites. So this psalm here is actually pointing to this area that we're here in the wilderness in this fourth book of Numbers. Right? Elohim had been their shepherd in the past, in the very recent past, right? Just what, a year ago, or all through the past year, but the year before too, since this is around the second, going past the second year, right? Yisrael had been an erring sheep. Israel had been an erring sheep, like a wandering. He had gone astray, right? The penalty, right, had been, as we know from the Torah, exile. And here we get the sense of the, how can we say, the sense of the principle. Because that, up to this particular point that we're at in this Torah portion, they're on their way to the land. They're on their way. They're Zion bound. Well, yeah, we can say Zion bound, from Sinai to Zion. They're Zion bound. But that generation that he brought out, according to the scripture, he was not pleased with them, so he didn't bring them in. The question is why? Well, they had been like an erroneous sheep. They've been like erroneous sheep, right? And they had gone astray. The penalty had been exile, right? But now the penalty had been exiled because of Moshe pleading. The penalty would have been, right, death, immediate. Make them now, since they have 40 years to kind of think now, right? A year for a day. Make them now resolve to avoid the mistakes of their forefathers. So you talk about failure at Kadesh Barnea. Talk about the missed opportunities and why. What's the detail, right? What did they do, right, that ended them up in this situation? Make them now resolve to avoid the mistakes of their forefathers, and they would never again be in such exile or banished. Now, the supposed fragment, some say that this psalm here, Psalm 95, some think that it's two different fragments put together, right, in Psalm 95. We're just looking at Psalm 95 as an example of this Torah portion. And Psalm 95 has a theme of call to worship, right? Call to worship. It also has a theme over here of bringing out right here. Well, call to worship, basically. Let's keep it at call to worship, right? So here we get to this particular verse here, right? Verse 7. Let's bring this up again, right? Verse 7. Let's scroll to the, so here we go, verse 7. Here we there we go, the missed opportunity, yeah, right? It says, for he, right? For he, kihu Eloheinu, kihu, ki, because who, he, kihu, because he, or for he, right? For he, Eloheinu, for he be, right? Eloheinu, he and none other, ki, who, Eloheinu, the Elohim of Anu, Eloheinu. Wanachnu, and anachnu. Anachnu is to say we, right? The pronoun in Hebrew for we, anachnu. Vanachnu, am. And we ourselves, people, right? Marito, right? His pasture, right? With son yado, right? And we are the flock, the son of yado. Here's the part. Hayom, the day, implying today. So to say today is to say like the day, literally. Hayom, one way of bringing out today in the biblical Hebrew. Hayom, if. Hayom, bikolo, if by his voice, or if in his sound, if in his voice. Bikolo. I could have brought this out so you can see it right here. This verse right here. Bikolo tishmau. If in his voice or by way of his voice, tishmau, y'all will hear, y'all will shama, tishmau, right? Hayom, bikolo tishmau. Today, if you will hear his voice. Now, let's bring it out right over here, because we're going to just break this down right here. So it says, what? Harden not your heart as in the provocation, as the day, as Hayom, the day, right? The day of temptation in the wilderness. A better way of bringing this out right here would be, harden not your heart as at Meribah. As at what? As at Meribah. What was Meribah? Meribah, right? Now, it is said at this particular point of the psalm right here that Yahweh, right, that God Elohim is a speaker, right? Is a speaker. So we have Meribah and Massa. Meribah and Massa, right? Right? When Yisrael, this is when Yisrael had murmured at the lack of water, right? In Exodus chapter 27, verse 1. You can check that out there. Exodus chapter 27 and 1, Meribah. Get into a little more on the Meribah connection here. It's interesting because here they just bring it out as provocation. But when you're looking at it from the Hebrew perspective, you see, oh, Meribah, oh, that's that place, right? Meribah, oh, yeah. It means contention, provocation, and strife, but that's that place, yeah. The place in Exodus chapter 27, verse 1, and Numbers chapter 20, verse 1, right? Meribah. Then over here it says, as the day of temptation, the day of Masa, the day of Masa, Masa, right? What is Masa, right? So we have these two places, the two verses that I brought out right there. Masa means the spear test, and it comes from NASA. I'm laughing. The Chaverim no doubt will know because we just had, what was the 35th sabbatical study, NASA. We went into the whole NASA thing. You know, and the NASA, some say NASA means to deceive, but really it's Nasha, right? But this is Nasa, Nasa. The other word that sounds similar to this is Nasa, Nasa and Nasa, Nasa. Difference is that hey at the end, Nasa, Nasa, Nasa. So there's Nasa, 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 Nasa. Very close, yes, right? But there's a difference, right? Here it means to test, to try, to prove. It also means to tempt. So when it says like, you know, that he don't tempt and he cannot be tempted, you know what I mean? To tempt, right? To assay, to put to the proof or test, right? To put to the proof or test, to test, to try. Like if you attempt something, get that word? Attempt, right? So to tempt, don't tempt me. Stop attempting to tempt me. Tempt and attempt, right? Assay, try, test, try, prove, right? The sense of tempt right there, right? To test, right? So here it says, when your fathers tried me, right? When your fathers tested, right? When your fathers tested me, right? Let's go down right here. When your fathers, your forefathers, your patriarch, the Israelite forefathers tempted, right? Tested me and proved me and saw my work, right? Saw my work. So they tried, you know, Yahweh. We have, I think here we come to the 10th time. I think here in this Torah reading and feeding, this is the 10th time, because he says 10 times have you done this, 10 times. Interesting study is to, let's go through and find it. We can find it 10 times, right? Yahweh says that 10 times, and this is it, right? He gave us the yod to the 10th, right, degree. In their lack of faith, their lack of admittance, their lack of credit, worthiness, right, to see whether, right, Yahweh, whether he who be who ye be, would provide water, right? Whether he would provide water for them, right? And they proved him, right? So the word proved right here, let's just touch on the key words here, is bahan, bahan. So bahan means to examine. It seems similar, right? To try, to prove. But this word is usually used, right? It's usually used of metal, right? Almost like a jeweler. A jeweler will bahan. You know, like somebody says it's 14 karat or 24 karat, and therefore a jeweler would test it to prove it. So this is usually used, right, of like gold and silver and precious metals. But in that context, it can be applied, right, to people and persons, right? So they tested me, right? They doubted the ability to supply their want and need. Now, in the context of the narrative, this is what we would call crazy. This is crazy. This is very crazy. Because according to what we read of the narrative, he was providing for them. They saw these things. He did these things, you know, at least 10 times, right? And yet, and still, well, more than 10 times, but here in this Torah reading, this is the 10th time. This is when they now had to get sat down, right? Where the Israelites who he brought out, he's going to sit them down in the wilderness, because this psalm brings it out right here. They saw my work. So where do they see the work? Right? So the question is optimism versus pessimism. Where did they see the work? They saw it in Mitzrayim, right? In the Tawi, called ancient Egypt. And at the Yam Suf, the Yam, the Sea of Suf, the Sea of Reeds, or called in Amharic the Etera Bahir, the Eritrean Sea, where Yahweh, his infinite might, had been abundantly displayed. Yahweh Yireh, Jehovah Jireh, he provided. Work. Now, work right here, right? Work here, here's what I want to show you about the word work. Because sometimes the translation will just use the same word, but then as you study, the Hebrew word is different, right? in so many cases. And when you see in many of the cases that the Hebrew word is different, like here, it could have used the word ma'asa, 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 like that's one form of work. It could have used the work like malaka, like occupational labor work, but it uses the word po'al, po'al. Why is this important? Well, its work is deed, it's acquisition, but then when we get to the root, it's an act or work, we get to the root, it's from pa'al. Pa'al, let's scroll down here. You see, this brings out the best sense here. So sometimes BDB gives us more useful information. Other times Strong's does. Here on this, Strong's does it here, right? To do is to do or make, but the context is systematically, right? Habitually. You know, when we say practice makes perfect, practice, right? So this is a key word for work. Work here means Yahweh's, his divine providence. Let me say it another way. It's Yahweh's divine provider, his provision, his providing. Yahweh Yireh, his Jehovah Jireh. Yah Yireh, he sees, Jah will provide. He looking beforehand and providing. It's an interesting word, providence. When you look at the word providence or provision, right? Pro means before, and vision or vida, right, from the Latin means to see. In the Hebrew, when we say Jehovah Jireh in the Hebrew, Yahweh Yireh, Yireh means literally, right? In the literal sense, it means to see. Remember we talked about the Hebrew two truths? So the word literally means to see, re'eh, to see. Yireh, Yireh, he will see to it. But the context, the figurative sense is to provide. It's like we say nowadays, somebody says, hey, can you do me such and such? And a person say, yeah, you know, I'll see to it. One might say they'll see to it. Right? Yeah, I'll look into it. Basically, it doesn't always mean just literally, right? But we get the sense. So what's interesting is that Hebrew term, right? Jehovah Jireh, Yahweh Yireh, will provide, but literally he will see to it. So here, this is speaking of his work, his po'al, my po'al, my po'ali. They saw my habitual work, what I did over and over. They needed something, I got it for them. Right? Somebody was an enemy, I took care of it for them. Right? This is what I did, like a system, was systematically. Where you have faith, you call to eyes what Yahweh was saying, and I answered and I provided. Right? But you just kept doubting whether I could do it again. You know what I'm saying? We have this in Psalm 90, right? Round about verse 15, Hebraically verse 16. And Psalm 92, right? Psalm 92, round about verse 4 in the KJV, verse 5 in the Hebrew. In spite of these wonderful demonstrations, so he had given them demonstration, he had given them manifestation, demonstration, right? Basically, he proved himself, right? This is not for us to compare ourselves with our Father in this sense, if one may dare speak this way, but how would you feel? You know what I mean? If you've done these things, and every time the one came to you, the loved one that you was willing to do and you done did, they will come to you like, oh, like you're not able to do this, right? Though you've been doing it habitually, right? In spite of these wonderful demonstrations of his might and care, so recently, now those are the Israelites, so recently, this is the 40 years, right? So recently, right? So recently witnessed by them, they had not yet learned to put their trust in him. All right. In spite of what he had done, there was something that was not right. Right? Yeah. Here. Right? 40 years. So this leads to the 40 years. It's at this Torah reading and feeding that the 40 years. Up to this point, right? It's like they're on their way. Right? They could be there the next day, right? Or maybe in a couple of days, maybe a week, maybe a couple of weeks. Right? They're gonna be there. But after this, the Israelites complained. Then this happened. Right? This is what this Torah portion is. Can one of the main themes. The Israelites complained again, and then this happened. Right? So here he says, 40 years long was I grieved with this generation. Right? And said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. So he was showing them his ways, how he provided for them like this, like that, like the next thing. But it's like, in spite of him doing what he did, nothing stuck. You know what I mean? It didn't stick. You know what I mean? That's a real interesting condition right there. A condition of heart, a condition of mind. So here where it says, I was grieved. It used the word kut, kut, kut. Kut really means to loathe something. To be grieved, yes, but it's like you loathing something. It's like, ring the alarm. Ring the alarm. It's like saying, another way of bringing out this right here is, I was disgusted. Basically says, Arba'im Shana, right? Akuta Bedor, Akut. I was disgusted against the generation, against that generation of people. You know, that particular generation. You know how we say back in, the old generation, or in our generation, or in the previous generation, the generation of our mothers and fathers and uncles and granddads and grandma. You know what I'm saying? The previous generation, right? So he said, I was disgusted, right? I loathe this generation. I was disgusted, right? The sense of cut off, detest, but it has a sense of being disgusted, right? With that generation. Literally in the Hebrew, he says, akut bedor, the door, so we can bring out these concepts and understand this generation is not because they were begotten of the previous generation. That's not the sense right there. It's because they were of those people of that period, that age of time. You know what I'm saying? It's like we go back, we look at the 70s and we say, man, look at the 70s. Or we say, look at the 80s even, or the 90s. You know what I mean? Or previous times, it seems as though, like, we talk about the 30s. The 30s would seem like a generation, right? The 20s seem like a generation. The 50s, the 40s and 50s. Remember back in the 60s, that generation. It's talking about those who existed and dwelt, those living during that particular period of time. The use of this word door. So he said, Akut bedor. So it's often translated as, you see here in translation, with this. The word this is not there, right? The word this is not there. Remember we teach that all the italicized words are not there. This is what we teach. And we show and prove so in the Hebrew it says bedor. The more correct translation, I was disgusted with a generation. I was disgusted with a generation of Israelites. Right? I was disgusted with a generation of Israelites of the type described, right? Here and in the continuation, the next verse, and here in this Torah reading and feeding, especially in the book of Numbers. The Hebrews, right? Those Hebrews, so-called, right? That were reckoned a generation as extending. Here's what we get, kind of a time thing when we talk about how long is a generation. I know there's different academic and scientific terms, but from the biblical perspective, as extending over a period of 40 years. See, this psalm goes with the prayer of Moses, the prayer of Moshe in Psalm 90, where people think erroneously, because the pastors and the preachers don't teach, well, they haven't learned. You got to learn it in order to teach. You got to get to know it before you can show it. But they don't really teach that when it says 70 by reason of strength, like, 80 years, like 70, 80 years thing. And people say that's how long, like life, according to the Bible. Some people, they tell you that, they lie. The Bible is not saying that one's life period should be 70 or 80 years. No. Psalm 90 is talking specifically about this generation. And so we're giving some emphasis to this part of the verse, which says 40 years long was I grieved with a generation. Arba'im shana, akut bedor, akut, I was disgusted, bedor. I was disgusted with a generation of Israelites of the type that described in Numbers, and even right here in the continuing verses. The Hebrews reckon, so from the Hebrew perspective, we reckon, according to the scripts, according to the evidence here, a generation, right? A door, key word here, a door, right? A door. A door is not a jar. Anyway, a door, right? A door as extending over a period of 40 years. And so the phrase really brings out the meaning that throughout the interval between the departure from Mitzrayim, from the Tawi, the Mitzri, and the arrival at the boundary of the Canaano, the Afro Canaanite lands, the Canaan land, People want to call it Palestine, but more better to call it the Africananite. African. The whole people had all the time acted in this unworthy manner. So from the Exodus, so here Yahweh's perspective of this generation that he says he was disgusted with, right, is from the period of the Exodus, right, all through the intervening time, right, in the wilderness until they reach, the plains of Moab and are at the border of the Canaanu, of the Canaan land, right? They had acted in an unworthy manner. Now here where it says, wow, they're ringing the alarm, chant. Yeah, fire, fire. It is a people, he says, that do err in their hearts. I want you to get this right here. He says, what is it? Right? It says, Wa Omer, Wa Omar, Omar, and I said, Wa and Omar, Va Omar, Wa Omar, and I said, To'e, Lebab, Haim. So here he says, and I said, so here in these verses here, so the opening 6 to the first part of the 7th verse in Psalm 95 is us coming to give praise. And then from the latter part of verse 7, today, if you will hear, obey his voice, harden not your heart. From there, right, and the next verse, we get Yahweh, he's speaking right here, right? And here it says, they do err in their heart. In the Hebrew, right, it says, Wa Omar, and I said, Omar, I said, Wa Omar, and I said, To'e, a people, right? A people, let's bring this out, a people, To'e. Let's look at this word To'e. To'e, right, means, in the Hebrew, means that the errors of, right, the wanderers of, the staggerers of, but it comes from the root ta'ah. Ta'ah means he erred, he wandered, he went astray, he staggered. In the verse is to'eh, building up on the root. To'eh means those who wander, they who stagger. To'eh lebab, Lebab is the heart, the inner man, the mind, right? The sense of their mind, their knowledge, their thinking, their inclination, their resolution, their conscience, their determination, their will. The way to bring this out even better, it says they were wanderers of heart. Literally, it's like they were wanderers of heart. To'eh lebab. And then we have the pronoun for them. Haim. To'eh lebab haim. They themselves, nobody else. To'eh lebab haim. They themselves were wanderers of heart. To say that they were fickle-minded, they were fickle in their will. Sometimes willing, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes they're willing, sometimes they're not, sometimes they're optimistic, sometimes they're pessimistic, sometimes they have faith in Yahweh, sometimes they don't. They have not known my ways. They failed to learn how Yahweh Eloheinu, how he acted with them. They fail, like, when somebody says, you don't get me, you don't get me, man, you don't get me, right? Like all this time, like, they have not known my ways, right? Here it says they have not known my ways. Wehaim, and they, Wehaim, lo yadu, not yadu, they knowing, lo, not they knowing, lo yadu, Derakai. They have not known my dereks. Derek is way, derek is way. Derakai is to say in biblical Hebrew, my ways. Derakai, my manner, my habit, my course of life, my liberty, my moral character. They have not known my well-trodden road. Right? Remember the other word, po'al, which means to work, but in a sense of a systemic, habitual, right? He does what he does because he be who he be. Figuratively, course of life, his mode of action, right? You know what I mean? Right here, they failed, right? And here, last verse right here, right? And this is like the first when we begin the Shabbat to enter into the Shabbat. Notice something. This is the first of the Psalms. So we ask the question, why this Psalm, the first of the Psalms, right? As we chant these Psalms for the Sabbath, why was this chosen by the sages and the scholars of Torah, right? At first, one might dismiss it, but as you study, you begin to say, oh, right? You begin to recognize, okay, that's why. Because notice we're about to enter into the Sabbath. This verse brings it out right here. It says, Asher nishbati. Asher nishbati be'api. Right? Wherefore, right, I swore in my wrath. In the KJV it says, to whom? Asher. Asher, to whom that which, wherefore, to whom, right? Asher nishbaiti. Therefore I Shaba'ah means to swear, to adjure. He swore, he adjured. He swore in the sense of, you see the second entry of the Nephil. So here we have the Nephil sense, right? How do we know it's the Nephil sense? Because of the spirit of the vowels, right? Nishbaiti, nifal, nishbati, with the past tense first person, the T, right? Nishbati. Here he's saying he swore. Yahweh is swearing, right, of himself, right? He took an oath of himself. What does this mean for Yahweh or anyone to take an oath? To complete, but in the sense right here, to seven oneself. That is in a sense as swearing as if by repeating a declaration 7 times. Now, here's what's interesting about the word to take an oath. To take an oath is linked with the word for 7. Right? Sheba, and Sheba. Right? This word for to swear. Right? So Yahweh basically, he sevened himself. So it's interesting when we think about the 7, counting 7 Shabbats complete, the 2 7s clash, the 7th month, the 7th moon, when we look at the holy year for the 7 months, the 7 feasts, the 7 festivals, the use of the 7, you know what I'm saying? The 7 seals, you know what I'm saying? But here, Nishbaiti, Asha, Nishbaiti, Be'api, and I swore, I sevened myself, Be'api, right? Api. Here, this word afi, af, means nostril, nose, face in the first of the 2 truths, literally, right? Literally nose, nostril, afim, right? Af. And it doesn't really mean face, but it can be connotatively since your nose is not on the back of your head, but the nose is on the face. But literally nostril. But this is connected with anger, according to, so in the first type, nose, nostril, literally. In the figure of speech, api, my anger, right? Why does it link with nose and nostril, right? Well, because it's linked to this idea here, right? In not just the Hebrew, but in reality, right? Like outside of the Hebrew, it's not limited the truth of it to the Hebrew, that when one breathing determines their moods, and usually when one is getting heated and angry, like how do you make a fire increase? How do you make a fire increase? What's one single thing do you need to give to a fire to make it get more? Usually, all right. Oh, let me say this again. Somebody's gonna say wood. Okay, having enough wood, right? What is the one thing you need to give to a fire to make it increase, right? Or consequently, how do you put out a fire without using water? What element do you deprive a fire of? Air, oxygen, air, spirit. You deprive it of spirit, air, oxygen from the rapid breathing and passion. So here where he says, Asha nishbati be'api, right? Therefore I swore, he said, wherefore he swore, he sevened himself, right? Brought out as wrath, right? Numbers chapter 14. Notice where we're at right here, y'all, right? In this Torah reading and feeding, right? For Shelach Lekha, send for yourself, right? Send for yourself, right? 14 and 21. It's like Yahweh is saying that since you have all these questions, I mean, is it really a good land? What kind of good land? How good is the land? Da, 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 da. Okay, send for yourself somebody to go look. Basically, is what's being said. It's not a command. Some will say that Yahweh is commanding it. We get to learn when we get to Deuteronomy, when Moshe is speaking to the next generation, he breaks down exactly this incident a little bit more. Just put that there as a little footnote to just back up what we're saying. That it was not him commanding, as some would say, right? But it was a concession to their kind of like their grumbling, their insatiable curiosity and doubt, coupled with doubt, right? Here it says that they should not enter, right? Therefore I swear in my wrath, he severed to himself, nishpaeti, right? Be'api, that they should not enter into my rest. Im yeboun, il menuchati, il to menuchati. They will not enter into his menucha. Now, menucha is an interesting word because menucha has to do with resting place. Menucha, right? You remember we had the previous Torah portion when we entering into Numbers, the fourth book, with Shimshon, Samson, and also with the Nazarite vow. And remember Samson's Shimshon, his father, the name was Manoach. Manoach means to rest. Manoach, right? Manoach. And as an interesting note to this, when we resting place, rest, let's get to the root right here, Nuach. This is linked to the name Noah. Noah. Noah was called Noach, right? Because his name comes from Nuach, to rest. And then when he was born, now they will rest, have repose, Nuach. And also in Hebrew, we say Menachem. The Menachem is the comforter, right? Menachem. So here when he says they will not enter into my rest, right? The word rest has a couple of interesting repose, peaceful rest, consolation. Specifically, in some contexts, is matrimony. Get that. In some context, this idea of rest is matrimony, right? From the idea of abiding together, quiet and restful. You know what I mean? So, right here, the mistake of the spies and the Israelites that believe them, right? If they enter my rest is more of the Hebrew sense. Im means if. Im. That's why when it says today, if you will hear, today, if Hayom im bikolo tishma'u, if you will hear my voice, here it says im yiboun, if they enter, im yiboun el menuchati, if they enter into my rest. So it can have the sense of if, like almost like if not, but if they enter, literally bringing out the sense of from the context, right, that they should not enter, right? But literally, it doesn't say that they should not enter. It says if they enter, like if they enter, the land of promise, the resting place after their journey through the wilderness. So in Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 9, it says, for y'all are not as yet come, right? For y'all are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance that Yahweh, your Elohim giveth thee. Right? Just as a kind of a point here, let's see if we can just bring that, because we're about to move forward. But I hope this was kind of, instructional, just connecting some of the dots, right? And the key spirit, trying to connect the dots of the spirit of the narrative, right? So you begin to see how these things work together, right? And sometimes the confusions people have is because they have things in isolation. They're looking at one verse over here and pouring into their ignorance. But over here it says, for y'all are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance that Yahweh, y'all Elohim, Elohim, giveth y'all. Here, let's bring this out right here. Let's look at this word rest. You see the connection of the song? Menucha, the menucha, right? The rest, menucha, Right? Here. So, some point out that this psalm here, speaking about where we're at, read over one more. There we go. This last verse of Psalm 95, that the psalm, it ends abruptly, right? With these words here, right? Asher nishbati be'api, im yibun il menuchati. Asher nishbati be'api, im yibun im menuchati. It ends with, I swore in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. This sets in relief the stern warning directed, right, by implication against those who were now standing, right, to those in the psalm, the context of Psalm 95 right here. Go back to light, this psalm here, right, come let us worship, right. So to those who were standing at the entrance of the Haikal, the temple, right? And even us, when we chant this going into the Shabbat, right? The eve of the Shabbat, right? On the Friday evening, so the Kabbalat Shabbat is to remind us, like it was to remind them, of this stern warning, right? Right, to those who are standing at the entrance. So those standing at the entrance of worship, you're about to enter in. You're entering in to that rest. Those of us about to go into Shabbat time, we are about to enter into that rest, right? And to the Israelites, right, they too were on the on near to, right? They should have entered in to the rest, but because of a lack of faith, they did not, right? When the root is strong, the fruit is sweet. Here, first words right here, right? For this Torah reading and feeding, Shelach Lekha. Hear this.
Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom. Hebrew first words here for this 37th, the Lamed Zain, Rastafari Sabbath Shabbat Torah portion for this Shabbat, Shelach Lekha. Send thou, send for the I self. Hebrew first words here for this 37th weekly Torah portion reading and feeding. 99 Rastafari sabbatical studies for this Shabbat, Shelach Lekha. Send for yourself, send for the I, send. Why daberi awal Moshe leimor, Shelach Lekha, and Nashim, Yaturu eta aretz Canaan, Asher Anin Notena Livnei Yisrael, Ish Echad, Le'matei Abotayo, Tishlachu, Kola Nasi Bahem. Hebrew first words here from the Chumash, and the Yahweh spoke. Why daber Yahweh il Moshe leimor, spoke to Moses, saying, send thou men, Shelach Lekha in Nashim, Shelach, send Lekha for the I self, Shelach Lekha in Nashim, Yaturu, that they may spy out Yaturu eta eretz Canaan, that they may spy out the land of Canaan. Asher ani, that which I notain livnei Yisrael, that which I give to the Bnei, the sons, the children of Yisrael. Ish echad, of every tribe of their fathers ye shall send a man. Ish echad, a man one. Ish echad, a man one. Le'matei abotayo, tishalahu, sending of every tribe of their fathers a man, one man. Ish echad, le'matei abotayo, tishalahu, call nasi bahem. Everyone or all, call nasi, a prince, bahem. Everyone a prince among them. Hebrew first words here for this Lamed Zain, 37th sabbatical studies Torah portion here, picking up the fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers chapter 13. Hebrew first words for this Shabbat, Shelach Lekha, send for the I. וידבר יהוה אל משה לאמור, שלח לקה הנשים ויתורו את ארץ הכנען, אשר אני נותן לבני ישראל, איש אחד, למטה אבותיו, תשלחו כל נשיא בהם. Hebrew first words for this Shabbat. Shabbat, Shelach Lekha, send for the I self. Shelach Lekha Nashim, send thou Anashim, send thou Mandem, send for the I self. Shelach Lekha, 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 Lekha. If the Yahweh, he who be, delight in us, then he will bring us, I and I, into this land, and give it to us, and give it to I and I, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye, y'all, against the Yahweh, he who be, neither fear y'all the people of the land.
Come be a part of
Rent their clothes. They spake unto all the company of the children of Israel, saying, the land which we passed through to search it is an exceeding good land. If the Lord delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord, a land which floweth with milk and honey. 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 In us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Through to search it is an exceeding good land. Through to search it is an exceeding good land. Through to search it is an exceeding good land.
Come be a part of.
All right, and Jake, Line of Jewish Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
If the Yahweh, he who be, delight in us, then he will bring us, I and I, into this land, and give it to us, and give it to I and I, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye, y'all, against the Yahweh, he who be, neither fear y'all the people of the land. For
If the Lord delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord, neither fear ye the people of the land, for the land which floweth with milk and honey, a land which floweth with milk and honey. He will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. He will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Is an exceeding good land. Is an exceeding good land. Is an exceeding good land. If the Lord delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense is departed from them, and the Lord is with us. Fear them not. And all the congregation bade stone them with stones. The glory of the Lord appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? To Moses, how long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? And the Lord said unto Moses, How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? I will smite them with the pestilence, and disinherit them, and will make of thee a greater nation, and mightier than they. And Moses said unto the Lord, Then the Egyptians shall hear it, for thou broughtest up this people in my mouth. How long will this people provoke me? And how...
Discipleship Radio.
Yes. Milk and honey. Dennis, Prince of Reggae Brown, right there. So here for this 37 sabbatical study, for this Shabbat strong. Also, I think Psalm 37 is a good reflection right here. Here we're in Parashat Shelach. Parashat, the Torah portion named Shelach, send. Send. So here we have the dispatching of the spies of Canaan, of the Afra Canaan, the Canaano Anu. Here picking up with Numbers chapter 13, Chabarim. So here the command of Yahweh to send out men to spy out the land of Canaan was occasioned according to the account given by Moshe, what we're pointing to here, Moshe in Deuteronomy chapter 1 in the Mishnah HaTorah, the Mishnah, aka the repetition of the law, Deuteronomy chapter 1 verse 22, by a proposal of the congregation. This is what we're seeking to bring out. That yes, it's a command, but the command was based on a proposal, right? A proposal of the congregation that pleased Moshe, so that he laid the matter before Yahweh, who then commanded him to send out for this purpose. Now, send out for this purpose here, for the first and second aliyot right here, quote, of every tribe of their fathers. Now, this matches the basic context and theme here that we have in the fourth book of Moshe. As I mentioned, you see a beautiful order, an ordering of the camp, right, in the first 10 chapters, right here. And let's see, which quote was it right here? Let's see if we can bring this out. The Naso. It was it was hold on for a moment. Give me one moment. Let's see if we get to the Mead bar. Okay, no, we don't have that up there. Okay. I think we might have taken it down. All right. Yeah, the part in the beginning where it says, according to, the father's house, according to every man of their fathers, right? Every tribe of their fathers, right? Amen. So some would say that, well, you are what you are what your Israelite is. No, you are what your father is. Well, every tribe of their fathers, of their patriarchs, so the accountability, right, of the father's house, that principle of the father's house. Everyone a ruler or a Nasi. So we saw that as we went through the first words, the Nasi, also Nasa, one lifted up, a prince. None but men who were princes in their tribes. That's another key distinguishment, right? Because they're distinguished persons of rank. As is stated in Numbers chapter 13, verse 3, they were heads right? Roche, right? B'nai Yisrael, they were heads, they were Rasas, Rashim, Roche, B'nai Yisrael, not the tribe princes of the 12 tribes, but those men out of the total number of the heads, the Rashim, right, of the tribes and families of Yisrael who were the most suitable, and maybe suitable, suited, and booted, you know what I mean, for such a mission. Though the selection was to be made in such a manner that every tribe should be represented by one of its own chiefs, that there were none of the 12 tribe princes among them is apparent from a comparison of the names that we have in Numbers chapter 13, 4 to 15, with the totally different names of the tribe princes. So just paying some attention to the details that we have in Numbers chapter 1, verse 3, and Numbers chapter 7, verse 12. Now, Caleb, and Yehoshua are the only spies that are known. The order in that the tribes are placed in the list of names in Numbers chapter 13, 4 to 15, it differs from that in Numbers chapter 1, verses 5 to 15. Only in the fact that in Numbers chapter 13, verse 10, Zebulun is separated from the other sons of Leah. Right? So there's some nuances here we'll get into, as well as how Moshe renamed, he gave like a new name, so to speak, or renaming to Hosea, right, aka Joshua. So we're going to touch on a little bit more of this right here, but just for time purpose right here, give thanks, brothers and sisters and brothers, here for this Torah reading and feeding that is before us. We have the first and second alio. Oh, let's just do this right here as well. Shelach Lekha. So here we have Numbers chapter 13, verse 1 to chapter 15, verse 41. This Torah reading and feeding. Numbers chapter 13, verse 1 to Numbers chapter 15, verse 41. First reading, Numbers chapter 13, verses 1 to 20 for the first aliyah, first reading, right? First day, we could say, right? The second reading, second aliyah, Numbers chapter 13, focus verses 21 to chapter 14, verse 7. This is what we're going to cover right here. Then for this Torah reading and feeding, for Parashat Shelach, we have Yehoshua, Joshua chapter 2, focus verses 1 to chapter 2, verse 24. And in the Brit Chadasha, in the New Covenant, Renewed Covenant, Chadish Kidan reading, we have the Epistle to the Hebrews chapter 3, focus verses 7 to chapter 4, verse 1. So a brief portion, this Torah reading and feeding outline overview, kind of a flyover, right? Numbers chapter 13 begins with the spies, the 12 spies, the spies sent into Canaan, the Afro-Canaanite land, right? And Numbers chapter 13, verse 25, we have the report of the spies, right? The spies. In chapter 14, verse 1, the people rebel. The people rebel, talking about a rebellion, They might have thought it was a revolution, but Numbers chapter 14, verse 13, Moshe intercedes for Ha'am. Moses steps up. Moses, man, when somebody's under arrest, and they're questioning you, you're like, lawyer, Moshe, he intercedes, right? He intercedes for Ha'am. Remember, Moshe is the mediator, of the Sinai covenant. In Numbers chapter 14, verse 26 says, Yeshua HaMoshiach is the mediator of the Brit Chadasha. In Numbers chapter 14, verse 26, an attempted invasion attempted invasion is repulsed. Now, this is just a highlight overview. There's more details here. Basically, once Moshe interceded, instead of destroying them, Yahweh says, all right, he hears the case that Moshe pleads on behalf of the rebels and the and the others, and the judgment comes down that instead of being put to death immediately, they would basically for a year would be for every day. So they spent 40 days in the land. They'll spend 40 years wandering around the wilderness because they had slandered the land. They had slandered Africa. No, they slandered the Afro-Canaanite land, the Kanaanu, right? And then afterwards, some of them decide like to repent. It's funny. It's interesting, right? They decide to repent. They're like, what? What we're going to have to do? A bid for 40 years? Oh, well, you mean because we didn't go in? Because we didn't want, okay, we're ready to go in now. We're going to go in. So this is what happens in Numbers 14:26. An attempted invasion is repulsed. Moses warned them, but they didn't listen. Right? Ain't that something? Moses, the one who got them, got a plea bargain for them, and they still didn't listen, right? And then, they got beat. Numbers chapter 15, verse 1, various offerings are mentioned, right? In Numbers chapter 15, verse 32, there's a penalty for violating HaShabbat. Now, notice something. We went through here Psalm 95 as a kind of a point of reference, both for why we chant that as the first of the Kabbalat Shabbat Psalms, the welcoming of the Sabbath Psalms, right? Notice that last verse, entering into his rest, and the connection of the Shabbat with the rest. And notice in the Torah reading and feeding, how it's giving us a kind of a historical, like a kind of an affidavit, an account of what went wrong. And then right after it, it switches, it segues to various offerings, as well as in Numbers 15:32 to the penalty for violating HaShabbat, right? As well as in verse 37, the fringes. So here we also get part of the how can we say the extended Shema. When we in congregational worship, there's a Shema Yisrael, and there's portions from the Torah that are recited, and one portion is from this area here concerning the fringes on the garments. Now the portion outlined in the prophets, we have Yehoshua, Joshua. Also very interesting that we have Joshua here as a reading from the Haftarah, from the prophets. The Nabim reading, known as the Haftarah reading for the Shabbat, is Joshua chapter 2. Now Joshua also is featured here, Yehoshua. Now he's first introduced I think, from the previous Torah reading and feeding, where he had protested that Eldad and Medad, they were the only ones of whom the spirit of Moshe, Yahweh had put that upon the elders, and they were the only ones who were still, moving in the spirit. That the other of the 70 elders, they no longer, they prophesied one time, they had like a one-time kind of prophetic thing with the spirit, and then they prophesied no more. So Joshua was first introduced, and he introduced here as Hosea, right, by his name, the Hebrew name Hosea. And then Moshe, he puts the Hebrew letter Yod, or some say Yud. That's like the Y, right? The Yod, right? In the name of the Father, Yahweh, in the name of the Son, Yeshua, right? In the name of Yisrael, the Yod. He puts the Yod before Hosea. So he puts the Yod, the Yod before Hosea, and this is how we have Yehoshua, right? It's interesting. Why did he do that? Right? We'll touch on that. Here we have the spies are sent to Jericho, Jericho, right? What's called Jericho, Jericho, right? The city of the moon. Anyway, right? That's interesting there. So what's interesting is that Joshua, right? Later on, when Joshua's in command, right? After Moshe, and they're about to enter in, right? There's another sending of spies. But when we see how the first set was sent in, right? And then when we see what Joshua does, we can should ask the question, what is different and why is it different? Right? He doesn't choose to do as Moshe did with sending 12. He sends less in, right? But here we have a lesson, the 37th reading from the Torah called Shelach, full, Shelach Lekha, send for yourself. And imperative, right, verb, that means to send out, right? To send out. The portion is so named from the first few words of the second verse. Send out for yourself. Shelach Lekha. Send out for yourself men, anashim, so that they may tour, the Hebrew word tour, right? Yatoru, to tour, that they may spy out, search out the land of Canaan. Numbers 13 and 2. So the Torah reading, it tells of a tragedy, right? There's a tragedy here, right? The tragic narrative or story of how the spies, right, they returned with a bad report, or in the scripture called an evil report, about the land of promise, and how they were influencers. So the liars, these 10 of the 12, right, were spies that brought back an evil report, and they were influencers because they were men of rank within the camp, right? And how they influenced the congregation of Yisrael, and how Yisrael, at this particular point of the narrative, they practice a little bit of democracy, right? Democracy. People talk about democracy, capitalism, communism, socialism. It's kind of interesting because we find kind of elements of those systems in Torah, right? But not one particular of those systems. But here we see where Yisrael makes a democratic. There's a bad example of a democratic choice. The people make a decision, right, based on the influence, right, of these 10 spies that brought back an evil report. So they influenced the congregation of Yisrael, of the Beta Yisrael, to rebel against Yahweh. Thus, like this, Yahweh had consigned the generation, right? The generation of Moshe, right? That came out of the land, that generation of the 70, 80 years, as Psalm 90 speaks about, to wander, right, in the wilderness, the wilderness for 40 years. For 40 years. Just a brief commentary right here, portion commentary. The law, ha-Torah, and ha-Goyim, right, and the nations or the Gentiles. Thought for the Shavua. Robenu, Yeshua, right? Adonenu, our master Yeshua, Hanotri, he kept all the commandments. Let that sink in, right? He kept all the commandments. If we desire to imitate him in discipleship, right? Disciples. He calls us to be his disciples. He didn't call us to be, right, his Christians, although we in grace may accept the truth of that name according to the scripture. He calls us to be disciples. So if we desire to imitate him, right, as the elect of God, Kadmah Selassie says, to do all in our human manifest, to approximate, the way, the truth, and the life that's shown to us by him. It would behoove us, should move and behoove us to walk it out, to trot it out in obedience, right, to the same Torah, direction, instruction, the spirit, right, the law of the spirit of life in the Moshe Yeshua as he did. So here, just these two quotes here, right? Luke chapter 6, verse 40, right? A pupil or a student, a pupil, a disciple, a talmid is not above his teacher, Rebbo, his rabbi, Rebbo. So in the Hebrew sense, a talmid is not above Rebbo. A disciple is not above his rabbi, his master, but everyone after he has been fully trained, will be like Rebbo, would be like his rabbi, right? So our rabbi, Robenu Yeshua, right, said to us that a talmid, a pupil or a disciple, is not above Rebbo, right? His rabbi, Rebbo, but everybody, right, after he has been fully trained, will be, right, like Rebbo, will be like his rabbi. So notice that right there. So when Yeshua said that, the works that he do, you will do, and even greater, check, right, if one has been fully trained. Luke chapter 6, verse 40. So the commentary here, right, Numbers 15:16. There is one law, one Torah, one direction, instruction, and one ordinance, I think one judgment for you and for the alien who sojourns with you. Right here. Get into a little bit more on this right here. And so here, let's pick up right here, Shema Yisrael. Here we have the first and second day Aliyot.
Shalom, Chabarim, shalom. And here, for the first Aliyah, for this Shabbat, Shelach Lekha. Shabbat Shelach Lekha. Here we're at the Lamed Zain Parsha for this Rastafari sabbatical study, this Shabbat strong, this Shabbat Shelach Lekha, the Sabbath send for the I self, send that Lakk tilkalachihu. So here, give ear, Shema Yisrael, give ear and hear. Rastafari hoy, Sema, give ear and hear. Here for the first Aliyah, for the Rishon Aliyah, for this 37th weekly Torah portion, reading and feeding. Here we pick up with the 13th chapter of the 4th book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called and known as Numbers, the Sefer Bamidbar. Here picking up at chapter 13 for this 37th weekly Torah portion, reading and feeding. And here for the first Aliyah, for this Shabbat, Shelach Lekha. B'Shem Ha'ab Ve'Habein Ve'Ruach HaKadosh Yahweh Echad. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, He who be, who He be, the One. Chapter 13. At Kadesh Barnea. First item, the spies sent in. And here, Shema Yisrael. Rastafari hoy, O Rastafari, Sema, give ear and hear. The Hebrew first words. Why daber Yahweh il Moshe lemor, Shelach Lekha anashim, we yaturu eta aretz Knaan, Ashani noten livnei Yisrael. Ish echad, le matei abotayo, tishalahu, kola nasi bahem. And the Yahweh, Yod-Heh, Weh-Heh, He who be, we be, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, the Holy One, blessed be He, blessed be the name, spake to Moshe, saying, why daberi Yahweh il Moshe lemor, send thou men, Shelach Lekha hanashim, send thou men, Shelach Lekha hanashim, we yaturu et aretz Knaan, that they may search out, we yaturu, that they may search out, spy out, we yaturu, that they may search the land of Canaan, we yaturu Eta aretz Knaan, asher hani notena libnei Yisrael, which I gave to the Bnei, the sons, the children of Yisrael. Of every tribe of their fathers shall ye, y'all, send a man, every one a ruler, a prince among them. Ish echad, man echad, one, man one, ish echad, le matei abotayo, tishlahu, Tishlahu, send man one of every tribe of their fathers. Call Nasi Bahem, call all Nasi, rulers, princes, Bahem, amongst them, in them. And Moshe, by the commandment of the Yahweh, he who be, Al Fi Yahweh, by the mouth, upon the mouth of he who be, the Yahweh sent them from the wilderness of Paran. And Moshe, by the mouth of the Yahweh, sent them from the wilderness of Paran. All those men were Rashi, heads, Rases of the Bnei Yisrael, of the sons, the children of Yisrael. And these were their names, their Shemot, of the tribe of Reuben, Shamua, the son of Zakur, of the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, the son of Hori, of the tribe of Yehuda, Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, of the tribe of Yissachar, Igal, the son of Joseph, of the tribe of Ephraim, Oshea, the son of Nun, of the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, the son of Raphu, of the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, the son of Sodi, of the tribe of Joseph, namely, of the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi, the son of Susi, of the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gamali, of the tribe of Asher, Setor, the son of Mikael, of the tribe of Naphtali, Nahbi, the son of Vophsi, of the tribe of Gad, Geuel, the son of Maki. These are the names, the Shemot, of the men which Moses sent to spy out the land. And Moses, called Oshea, the son of Nun, Joshua. And Moshe sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said to them, get you up this way, southward, and go up and aliyah up into the mountain, and see the land, what it is, and the people that dwelleth therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad, and what cities they be that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds, and what the land is, whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood therein or not. And be ye all of good courage, and bring the fruit of the land. Now the time, the Iowa was the time of the first ripe grapes. And here, Shema, give ear right here. Here, look for the Sheni, Aliyah, the second Aliyah, the second going up, the second Aliyah, Nafora, for this Shabbat, Shelach Lekha, this Senbet Lakk, tilkalachihu. Here, picking up at Numbers chapter 13, at verse 21, for the Sheni, Aliyah. Wayaturu, Etaha Mia Midbar Tzin Ada Rehob Libo Hamat. So they went up. So they allied up. Wayailu. So they went up and searched the land. Wayailu. Wayaturu Etahaaret. From the wilderness of Tzin to Rehob, as men come to Hamat. And they ascended, they allied by the south and came to Hebron, where Ahiman, Sheshai, Talmai, the sons of Anak were. Now, Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Mitzrayim, in Gibbet, in Egypt. And they came to the brook of Eshcol and cut down from there a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bear it between two upon a staff, and they brought of the pomegranates and of the figs. The place was called the brook Eshcol because of the cluster of grapes which the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, cut down from there. And they returned from searching of the land after 40 days. At Kadesh Barnea, the second item, the report of the spies, verse 26. And they went and came to Moshe and to Aharon and to all the congregation, the aggregation, the Bnei Yisrael, to the wilderness of Paran, to Kadesh, and brought back word to them, and to all the congregation, the aggregation, and shewed them the fruit of the land. And they told him and said, we came to the land whither where thou, the I, sentest I and I. And surely it floweth with milk and honey, and this is the fruit of it. Nevertheless, Ha'am, the people, be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, and the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and by the coast of Yarden, of Jordan. And Caleb stilled Ha'am, the people, before Lifnei Moshe, before Moses, and said, let us make I and I go up at once, make I and I Aliyah up at once and possess it, for we, I and I, are well able to overcome it. But the men that went up, that allied up with him, said, we be not able to go up, aliyah up against Ha'am, against the people, for they are stronger than we, than I and I. And they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched to the Bnei Yisrael, saying, the land through which we, I and I, have gone to search it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. And all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature. And we saw the giants, the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants and Nephilim, and we, I and I, were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we, I and I, were in their sight. Fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Numbers, chapter 14. At Kadesh Barnea, the third item, the unbelief, the lack of believity, yea and amenness, amen, of Israel, the lack of faith of Israel. Compare and contrast with 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 1 to 5, and the Epistle to the Hebrews chapter 3, verses 7 to 19. But here, Numbers chapter 14. And all the congregation, the aggregation, lifted up their voice and cried. And the people wept that night, and all the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Yisrael, murmured against Moshe and against Aharon. And the whole congregation, the aggregation, said to them, would God that we had died in the land of Mitzrayim, in the land of Egypt, in the land of Kemet. Or would Elohim, we had died in this Midbar, in this wilderness. And wherefore, why hath Yahweh, Jehovah, brought I and I to this land? To fall by the sword, that our wives and our children should be a prey? Were it not better for us, for I and I, to return into Mitzrayim, to return into Gibbet, to return into Egypt, to return into Kemet? And they said one to another, let us make I and I make a captain. Let us make a captain, and let us return to Mitzrayim. Let us make a captain, and make I and I return into Kemet, into Gibbet, into Mitzrayim, into Egypt. Then Moshe, where Aharon, fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation, the aggregation of the Bnei Yisrael, and Yehoshua, the son of Nun, and Caleb, the son of Yefuneh, which were of them that searched the land, ripped their clothes. And they spake to all the company of the Bnei Yisrael, saying, the land which we, I and I, passed through to search it, to tour it, is an exceeding good land. The land. Why yomru il kol edata b'nei Yisrael leimor ha'aretz asher abarnu bah latur ota oba ha'aretz me'od oba ha'aretz me'od oba Ethiopia oba If the Yahweh, he who be, delight in us, then he will bring us, I and I, into this land, and give it us, and give it to I and I, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye, y'all, against the Yahweh, he who be, neither fear y'all the people of the land.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land. Hebrew boy, everything takes time. There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land. There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land, in the promised land, in the promised land.
Yes. In the promised land. But remember the land from the harvest in the new covenant sense, the land. There's those four kinds of ground. The sower sows the seed, and each refers not just to the land, but to how the seed, that word of truth, is sowed into the man. So let's make that connection right there in the Brit Chadash sense. So we have the seed in the ground, Matthew chapter 13 again, right there, our point of reference. But here, we do have a psalm. Yes, we do have a psalm right here. Interesting that it mentions that this was a time of what was the grapes, right? Grape gathering. I think it's around that time, the vintage time, right here. Also take note to how the Israelites, those who came back, they was talking about the giants. And there's an interesting part, is it true what they were saying? I mean, how do they know what they look like in the sight of the people? They say, we were like grasshoppers, like in our own sight, and so we were in theirs. But how do they know what they look like? I mean, I thought they were spies. They kind of wasn't supposed to get like caught up, and just kind of tore around. But there's some very interesting matters right there in the first two aliyot right here for this Torah reading and feeding, and the giants, this whole thing about the giants. Is it like when people say, man, we can't go over there, we can't do that, man, because you go over there, man, the land, the people, go to over that land over there, and they slander the land, haven't even gotten to that part just yet right here where Yahweh brings out that he has slandered the land, right? That they spoke evil of the land, right? And he is very, very wroth. Even when the man has slandered Yahweh, blasphemed, Yahweh doesn't really speak there, right, until they bring it to him, right? But when they slander the land, Yahweh spoke about that. I think we have to reconsider when we talk about Africa, Africa, Canaanite land. So, so we go over there, the people will do all these things to us. You know what I'm saying? That fear, that kind of fear factor. And then when they talk about the giants, actually, we try to show it on the screen, there's so much the Nephilim, right? The Nephilim. And it's very interesting because they got some things backward. Like a lot of people will go to those portions, like when they talk about, in the land where these the so-called Nephilim. Let me just get that portion here. We don't write up today's daily psalm. Give thanks. It's on the screen right there. But let me see if I can get to that part and just focus your attention on this and see if you can work this out. See if you can work this out right here, what they're saying here. Let's go over here. Okay. So let me just scroll on this right here, just for one moment, just a little catch up on this. You can keep on the screen. This is today's daily psalm, right? Today's daily psalm, a song of steadfastness, right? Steadfastness, right? Okay. And also this Torah portion teaches the teaching of, faith, and also fate based on fear and the use of words, right? So right here, what you see on the screen right here, just from the Torah reading and feeding here, the first, second aliyot here, first, second day. Nevertheless, the people be strong. So first thing they said right here, right? They told him when they came back, when he returned from their tour. You notice the word search. The word search is like in the Hebrew is yaturu. They tour to spy out, to search out. Sounds like the tour, like tourists, tourism, yeah. Okay, so they brought back word to them, to all the congregation, showed them the fruit of the land, You know what I mean? They brought back some souvenirs, so to speak, right? But that was part of what they was to bring back, to find out what sort of land it is. Remember the questions that they were told, not the questions, but the items they were supposed to check into, right? Well, we'll get into more detail hopefully in the Shabua, but want to point that out, like what they were supposed to look for. Where the land was strong, how the people. Let's go over here just for a moment right here. Let's see right here. Let's see. It's after they get numbered. Who's who? Right. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Moses sent them out to spy out. That's the word tour, to tour, yatoru, right, to tour the land of Canaan, the Afro-Canaanite land, and said to them, get you up, right, this way, like this, like southward, right, and go up and ascend the mountains, right, and see the land, right, what it is, what it be like, and the people that dwelleth therein, whether they strong or weak, whether they be few or many. And then it says in verse 19, and what the land that they dwell in, right? And what the land that they dwell in, whether it be good, whether it be tob, right? Tob, right? Or ra, tob or ra, good or evil, right? Or good or bad is to translate. And what the cities be like, right? That they dwell in, whether they dwell in tents, or they dwell in tents, or they dwelling in strongholds. This is interesting because Israel right now is in tents, right? And whether the people dwell in Mibsar, like strong fortifications, defense, Batsar, right? Defense places, closed places, like, whether they like in castles and stuff like that, and strongholds, right? And what the land is. Now, notice the instruction, how the instruction keep kind of emphasizing certain point, right? What the people be like, well, what the land is, and what the people be like there, and different kinds of land, where the people dwell, and what their land be like, and how they be living. You know what I mean? And what the land, right? Whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood therein or not. Is there wood in the land? What the trees be like, and be y'all of good courage, right? Be strong, be of good courage. Chazak. You see the word chazak. We need chazek. Be strong, and make us encourage one another. That's what we say when we complete a book of Torah, right? We say chazak. We can say that other times too, but chazak. Be strong. We need chazek. Nit chazek. Right? Make us strengthen one another. We need chazek, and make us strengthen or encourage. Chazak can also mean to encourage in that sense. So to be strong or to encourage, right? But here it says, and be y'all of good courage. In other words, encourage one another, right? And bring the fruit, right, of the land. Then it tells us this key for the time and the season it was. Now the time was the time of the first ripe, or the Bikor, right? Now it makes a perfect sense, doesn't it, with the Torah reading? So the Torah reading, we get to find that they observed the first Passover, right? Remember the first Passover, right? That's the Exodus. And then the second year after they came out, the tabernacle was built. That's what our Torah reading and feedings, keeping to the narrative, keeping the plot, right? Fellow disciples, keep the plot here, right? So they observe Passover the second year. Now we know there's Passover the evening, then the 7 days of unleavened bread, and then there's first fruits, right? Called Bikorim, right? So here we have Bikor, right? First fruits, right? The first of the crops, right? And fruit that ripened, that was gathered, offered to Elohim, like according to the ritual of Pentecost. Now remember, Pentecost, on the 50th day, we get to the 50, the Chamashim Yom, based on when, right, the morrow after the Sabbath, the first fruits is offered that occurs during the Passover unleavened bread season. Check, right? The bread that's made, so that's 50 days after. So Pentecost is 50 days after. That's the day of the first fruits. But then there's the first fruit offering that occurs during the days of unleavened bread, specifically on the day after the Shabbat, the first day of the Shabbat, right? On the morrow after the Shabbat. All right, so they went up. All right, let's scroll through this. Right, they went up. Right, they went up. and then they returned. Here we go. They returned, and then they told him, right? So notice the language too, right? They brought back word to them, and to all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him, right? So they came back to the congregation, and specifically to Moshe, who sent them out, right? At the commission, of Yahweh, and said, we came to the land where thou sentest us. So keeping to the plot of the key word, shalach. So shalach is the root Hebrew word, but shalach is being used throughout here, right? So where they were sent, right? And surely, now notice what he testified. He says, surely it flowed with milk and honey. Now here we have to ask ourselves, this is a Hebraicism? This is like a Hebrew idiom, like milk and honey, like something, like, is it literally or is it figuratively? But here they say, right, but based on the letter of the words they're speaking, that it flowed with milk and honey, right? And this, the fruit of it, right? So they said flow with milk and honey. It's prosperous. It's a fruitful land. The way of saying fruitful land, right? Nevertheless, the people strong, right, that dwell in the land. And the cities are walled. Okay, they're bringing back some information, right? They're bringing back some of the information they requested. So what we looked at is in the earlier part of the chapter 13, what were they told to do? Like we sent out on a mission. We're going on a mission, right? What is our mission? You know what I mean? What is the logistics? What's the strategy? What's the objective of it? You know what I mean? What are we to, bring back or word or, spy out information? What's the information, right? So here they're giving some of the information. So the people strong. Don't tell us much about the people, but the people strong, right? That dwell in the land, right? And the cities walled. So they have walled cities. They're not living in tents. The Israelites are in the desert in tents, right? The people are in walled cities, right? Very great. They tell us that's very, very great. Very great. The word for great here, gadol, very big, right? The sense of big, great, big, right? In this context, big. And moreover, in addition to what they just said, we saw the B'nai Anak. So wait, the B'nai Anak. Who are the B'nai Anak? The children, the sons of the neck? The sons of the neck? Anak. Ain't that something? Anak, neck. Neck, Anak, neck. Right? Here, a progenitor here, BDB says a progenitor of a family or a tribe of the giant people. The giant people in the Canaan. Okay. Right? So a Canaanite, they say over here, Anak in Hebrew means like a necklace, a neck pendant, right? A necklace, a neck pendant, a necklace, Anak, right? Also the sense of strangling, because we get to the root verb, Anak means to serve as a necklace, to adorn a neck ornament, right? So the Anak, right? Now, when we look in the table of nations, can we trace any descendant to Anak? We don't really, right? But here we get the meaning of the word sound, to serve as a necklace, to make a necklace, Anak. Now, properly, this word is a twofold sense. So literally it's like a necklace, Anak, right? To adorn the neck, to Anak. But also properly, right, in the literal sense, to choke. So the Hebrew two truths, to choke, like a choker. Like people wear a choker, like a neck, some sort of necklace or something around the neck. Sometimes they call it a choker or collar, to collar. That the sense of it, to adorn the neck, right? But in the figurative use of the word Anak, when it's used in another sense, another spirit of the Hebrew, is to fit out. So if you Anak somebody, not in the sense you choke them, but you fit them out with supplies, like you equip them, right? To furnish liberally. So here Anak, right? So here, it says that they saw the children of Anak there. And then they speak about the Amalekites. They're talking about the other people there. They dwelt in the land of the Negev, right? The Negev, or the South Country, right? In ancient Egypt, they're called the Negev, right? And the Hittites and the Jebusites. Now, properly, the Amalekites are Canaanites, the Hittites are Canaanites, the Jebusites are Canaanites. The Anak, big question, put a question mark there. And the Amorites, right, dwelt in the mountains, right? So they dwelt in the mountains. So the Amorites. Slika, the Amalekites are children of Esau. That's Esau's grand pickaninny, right? The Amalekites. So the Esau's children are there. And 1, 2, 3, they saw 3 tribes of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Amorites. They dwell in the mountains. And the Canaanites, right? Now remember, the Hittites, Jebusites, here the confusion comes in sometimes with people who casually read, is that the Hittites, Jebusites, and Amorites, they all are Canaanites. But then there's a general descriptor of the Canaanites. They all descend from Canaan, right? But then they are called, in a general sense, Canaanites. So the Canaanites dwell by the sea, right? And by the coast of Yarden. And notice right here, at this particular point, Caleb stilled the people before Moshe and said, let us go up. So based on the first part of the report, it says they reported, so it's not one, just maybe a few of them are talking and giving information, and it's put together here in the narrative. But upon that, Caleb, remember Caleb? Caleb, some translate as being dog because it's related to the word Caleb. Caleb is dog. Caleb can mean as the heart, like as the heart. Caleb, right? Caleb. And that's brought out even by Yahweh in a sense, like based on what Caleb, is saying right here. So Caleb basically is saying like he has heart, right? But yes, it has both meanings. Caleb literally is like the heart, but it's related to the word for dog, Caleb, right? So Yahweh could say of Caleb, where my dog's at. My dog is at, because he's the one that really, he speaks up, he's courageous, he's faithful, right? So Caleb stilled the people before Moshe and said, let us go up. He said, come on, let us aliyah, na'aleh. Let's do this right now, right? And possess her, and possess the land. For we are able to overcome, right? He says, for we are able, Yakol. We have ability. We got the ability, right? But now notice what happened. So from the first part of the report, seems as though the way it's written right here, it was pretty positive enough for Caleb. It says and Caleb. It didn't say but Caleb, like a counter, but it's like in addition to that, he stilled the people, right? He hushed them. Like, come on, let's do this before Moses. So he's encouraging that we can take this right now, right? But the other guys, the other men, right, of Israel, the other spies, right, namely the 10 that told lies, right, brought back a deba, an evil report. But the men that went up with him said, we be not able, right? They're questioning the ability, right? We be not able. Like sometimes somebody says, we're not able. And if you feel the ability to do, you'd be like, who are you speaking for? We who? No, we can do this. Well, I can do this. Well, he's on we, right? But here, the other men are speaking for everybody. Says we be not able to go up. What you mean, right? Against the people, right? For they are stronger than we. Now, see that right there is very subjective. How do you qualify if somebody's stronger than you? Because they look bigger. I mean, some of us know this, if you have that experience, like back in the days when men used to get, into, they still do it sometime, but, like fist fights or, used to spar and box and stuff like that. There was times I took on somebody that was much bigger than me and somebody would have bet on them, to win, just because they look bigger, they was not stronger. You know what I'm saying? On that level. So how do you judge whether somebody's stronger than you? You see what I'm saying? And what are you doing when you do judge that somebody is stronger than you? Now, understanding the context of the Israelites, who the Israelites be, right? And who they be in covenant with, right? And what they have been through and everything. You know what I'm saying? Right? But notice how they say we, right? It's almost like they left out right? And they brought up an evil report. So it seems because Caleb was so encouraging and the people probably were being encouraged and the rest of them were weak-hearted. They were like, whoa, what you mean? No, we can't do this, right? So they brought up the word for evil report as a deba. Get into it more, deba. Here they define it as whispering, defamation, a defamation campaign, unfavorable saying, right? Slander, right? They brought up slander, dabab. Now notice the word dabab, the root word means like to move gently, to glide over. So they're like slippery in a sense, like, people can like slander you in just a roundabout way. It's not direct. It doesn't sound like, it doesn't sound like slander, but it is slander because it's discouraging people. It's not encouraging people, right? The land that they had searched to the Bnei Yisrael. Now notice the difference. Here, it's not just a congregation once gathered, but it's like, say, after that, right? Maybe they adjourned, you know what I mean? And the men are speaking to the rank and file Israelites. When it says children of Israel, the Bnei Yisrael. And this is what they were saying the land through which we have gone to search it, a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. Now notice, when they first gave the report, they didn't say, yo, this land eat people up, man. Right? But after Caleb said, yo, we can do this. Come on, let's go do it right now. We can get it. Right? Get it. Right? A land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. So now they are, the counter argument. And all the people that we saw in it, men of great stature. Wait. Hold on. Are you paying attention to the words? And all the people. You mean all? Not all, not all? No, all the people that you saw. So everybody that you saw, right? They were men, people, like men right here. Let's bring out the word enosh, mortal men, enosh, right? Of great stature, right? And the great stature here is midah, of great measure, of great measurement, of great size, measure, midah, right? Men of statures, men of height. The song say height and built, so they were not just tall, but they were probably, built men, strong men, right? And they go on, right? They're not finished. And there we saw the giants. Now, this is a funny verse here. We're going to pick up on more of it, but just to bring out this verse here, just to bring out this basic point that would like the fellow disciples just to kind of meditate on, right? And there we saw the giants, or here in the Hebrew is the Nephil. Now, Nephil doesn't really mean giant. I know that there's a lot of stuff out there. It's like the NASA thing. Like NASA really doesn't mean to deceive in the Hebrew. In Hebrew, nasa means to lift up. Nasha means to deceive. But if you believe that nasa in the Hebrew means to deceive, then you can believe that these Nephilim are giants. They're just saying that they're Nephilim. Nephilim are fallen ones, right? The fallers, those who fall, right? Those who fall, right? Or in a context can cause to fall, right? The sons of Anak. So now they're telling us that the giants, the Nephilim, this is Nephilim, are the sons of Anak. Before they said the children of Anak. All right. Notice when they first said it, they didn't bring this out. But once Caleb brought an encouragement, and maybe some people listened, right? They now are bringing this. This is the evil report. The first part of it wasn't too bad. The first thing they said, after Joshua spoke, look how things turned. This happened, right? Then they say that we saw the Nephilim, the B'nai Anakim, the B'nai Anak, right, of the Nephilim. Now, you see the part where it says, which come is not there, right? So when in the Hebrew, it has a sense of we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, the Nephilim, of the Nephilim. We saw the Nephilim, sons of Anak, of the Nephilim. So like somebody repeat themselves, they're trying to emphasize that point. We saw the Nephilim, sons of Anak, of the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight. Catch this part here. We were in our own sight as what? As grasshoppers. And so we were in their sight. Now, how do you judge that? They said that we were, right, in our own sight. Now, notice how subjective this is right here. Right? Even when they said to Caleb, they said, we be not able. Right? Caleb, and no doubt other Israelites, upon hearing the first part of the report, were saying that, we can do this. All right? So this is a very important part to pick up on, because later on, there's some other areas in the scripts where it's going to talk about the Nephilim and these giants and these others. But you're going to notice that there's a little confusion. I'm just going to put this on the beamer. The princes or whoever these spies were, there's some confusion in their mind, right? But they're using some ancient and older stories. Yeah, there were some of these tall ones, but notice they said that everybody they saw, all the men are tall men. You mean the Jebusites? At least the Hittites, the Jebusites, all these are giants. But the part that really clinches it is when they say we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. So they consider themselves to be grasshoppers. They consider themselves small. You know what I mean? And therefore, because they thought of themselves as small and unable, right? Right? They thought of the others as being great and able, and even that the others looked at them in the same way. Now, the part that clinches it, furthermore, is when we go to Joshua. Remember when Joshua, that's the Haftarah reading, we go to Joshua. Remember Joshua, he sends spies in. Remember the spies in Rahab? Remember the first thing Rahab said to them? Said, hey, what happened to you guys? Like 40 years ago. The people over here, they were, I said, shitting bricks. They were scared. They were scared out of their mind because they heard of all that Yahweh had done for y'all, and the people were shaking in their boots. What happened to y'all 40 years ago? All right. That's interesting. So the people, so Rahab, as a witness on the other side, right, behind those walls, she's testifying that the people were scared. The people were scared, right? The spies that told lies, right? They're saying that they were in their own sight as grasshoppers. And then they say something interesting. They say that we saw the Nephilim, right, who were the sons of Anak that were of the Nephilim. That means that they really didn't know who really were the Nephilim, but there's these ancient stories. You have to remember, like we may say something because we heard the blast of the past, right? But they knew that by saying this is gonna, fret and scare and scare the people, fear, false evidence appearing real. And then he top it off by saying that they were in their own sight as grasshoppers, right? They looked at themselves as being insignificant, right? And therefore now, what they call this in psychology? In psychology, it's projection, right? Right? If you think of yourself in your own eyes in a certain way, and now you say that everybody else looks at you the same way that you think about yourself, that's what they call a psychological condition, right? Here. So the people, they cried all night, they murmured. Now notice what happened, the effect of it. Remember here in verse 2, chapter 14, and all the sons of Israel. Remember, they said that they spoke to the sons of Israel, the children of Israel. I showed you earlier. Now, what's the effect of their diba, their evil report, their whisper, slander, and defamation campaign? Is here in verse 2. Well, actually, it's verse 1 and verse 2. Right? All the congregation lifted up their voice and they cried, and the people wept that night. Right? And all the children of Israel, the sons of Israel, they murmured against Moshe and against Aharon. And the whole congregation said, right, Lou. They said, oh, if only that, Lou, right? Perhaps if only, like an unlikely condition, Lou. They said, Lou, right? They said, Lou. Lou is a kind of an interjection that, like, if only that, peradventure, would to God. It's a way of saying, like, would to God, if only it had been, if only. Lou, like Lule is short for Lule, right? Like perhaps, if, in the sense of perhaps. They said, Lou, that we had died, right, in Mitzrayim. Oh, it'd be better for us if we died there. Lou, right? They go at it again. We had died in this mead bar. So basically what they're saying is that it would have been better for us if only we had died in Mitzrayim. And then they say, or, right? So it's like, imagine the people crying out, weeping and mourning and lamenting. And some of the people are saying, right, if only we had died back in Mitzrayim, why did we even come out here? We could have died in Mitzrayim, in the Tawi, in ancient Egypt. And others responding, or, we can't go back there right now. We could just die out here. If only we just die in the wilderness. And wherefore hath Yahweh brought us to this land? Now notice what happened. Because the men, the lying witnesses, the 10 lying spies, right? They spoke to the sons of Israel, their whisper campaign, their diba, right? That caused, right, the sons of Israel to murmur against Moses and Aaron, right? And here it causes them now to even speak against Yahweh, right? and question Yahweh after everything they've been through, right? Wherefore have Yahweh brought us to this land, right? And now notice how this pessimism, this psychological condition is becoming like contagious in a sense. You know, the old saying was one fool make many, right? Wherefore hath Yahweh brought us to this land? To do what? To fall by the sword. Why have he brought us out here? Somebody respond to so we can die by the sword. And, you know, yeah, that our wives and our children will become like a prey, right? Buys, a spoil, booty, robbery, right? So they were already basically taking that, because remember they said to themselves and said to each other, we are not able. So that means not just able to go into the land, but now even where they were in the wilderness, we are likely to become victims. They started to have the victim mentality, right? Were it not better for us to return to Mitzrayim? You know, the promised land, Kansas, Cincinnati, the promised land. What's that? Where it would be better for us, right, to return to Mitzrayim. And so here's where we come to this point of the next aliyah, right? And so they started to make their own democratic decisions, democracy now, right? Let's make a captain, make a rosh, a ras. We need to make a captain for ourselves, right? Somebody that can return us to Mitzrayim, right? And so right here, we'll pick up on this a little bit more right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, because as a opposite to that is the daily psalm here in the season, right? The daily psalm here in the season, right? Yeah. The daily psalm here in the season, Psalm 11. Psalm 11 is themed song of steadfastness, of firmness, right? Always faithful, always sure. If the foundation are destroyed, what can the righteous do? Or the more correct translation, right? When the foundations are being destroyed, what do the righteous do? We're going to see that Caleb, he speaks up, right? Because right there, even in the wilderness, the foundations are being destroyed, right? The foundation of everything that they have done now. They're like, hey, it's been better for us to die back in Egypt. Yeah, we was talking about the bricks and all the bondage, but that wasn't so bad. That wasn't as bad as this. Maybe that's why it says in Revelation about those who will go to hell, like they talk about the coward. It says about the coward. You know what I'm saying? This cowardice. But here, as an opposite to that, right? You can get with that, or you can get with this song of steadfastness.
Psalm 11.
מזמור י"א למנצח לדוד, 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 לדוד.
In the Lord put I my trust, my trust, my trust, my trust.
ואדוני חסיתי, 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 חסיתי.
How say ye to my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul?
איך תאמרו לנפשי, 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 לנפשי.
Flee as a bird to your mountain, to your mountain, to your mountain, to your mountain.
נודי הרחם ציפור, הרחם ציפור, 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 ציפור.
For lo, the wicked bend their bow. They make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. If the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold. His eyelids try the children of men. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence his soul hateth. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire, and brimstone, and an horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup. For the righteous Lord loveth righteousness. His countenance doth behold the upright.
Behold. Song of steadfastness, Mizmor. Here. Today's daily psalm according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek. Here we have Mizmor Yod Aleph, Yud Aleph. Some say Yod Hebraically, Alpha, Aleph numerics, Yod, the Hebrew letter Yod. Also interesting, the Torah portion before us that Hosea, Joshua's name, right before it became Joshua, was Hosea. and Moshe called him Yehoshua. Basically, he added a Yod. Yod, smallest letter of the Hebrew alphabet in the Asherit. Yod, right, has a numerical value of 10. It's the 10th letter of the Hebrew alphabet and has a numerical value of 10. And Aleph, Yod Aleph, Yud Aleph. Psalm 11, Psalm XI, Song of Steadfastness. Now, here, the setting of this Mizmor, right? The setting of this psalm, today's daily psalm here in the season, is similar to that of Psalm 5 and Psalm 7. Psalm 5 and Psalm 7. So take note. The setting, the context, the setting. What is the setting? What's the time? What time is it? It's a time of danger, right? For the psalmist, right? And here's theme, La Menatzeach Lid Dawid. To the chief musician, to the Menatzeach, to Ha Menatzeach, La Menatzeach Le Dawid, of David, a song of David. So the psalmist here, right, as Dawid, and his life, his liberty is threatened. Friends, how many of us have them? Friends advise him, right? Dawid's friends advise him to seek safety in flight. Sounds like the Israelites in the wilderness narrative after the spies came back. They want to go to Mitzrayim. They want to just die. They just want to, walk in the bushes if there's any bushes. They want to walk in the desert, and weep. You know what I mean? Friends are advising him to seek safety in flight. However, he stands his ground. So here the principle is stand your ground. Psalm 11. He stands his ground. Why? Because he has bitachon. He has bitachon, right? He has confidence, sureness, always faithful, always sure in the divine and Yahweh's guidance and protection, right? Because of his confidence, right? His faithfulness, his sureness, his surety of heart and mind in Yahweh's guidance and in his protection. So Mizmor Yod Aleph, it seems to fit in best with what is said in First Shemuel, in First Samuel chapter, what do we have? First Samuel chapter 18. First Samuel chapter 18. Here. First Samuel chapter 18, right? Chapter 18. So just right here, bring this up. First Samuel chapter 18, the bond of friendship that Jonathan, right, formed with Dawid was so evidently the main point right here. So this chapter here, what is said in this chapter. So the context here, this is when Dawid, is deciding to flee, right? And there's an exchange of garments. Now, some people have some funny ideas, some sodomite mentality, so they say that, well, David and Jonathan, because of what they say to each other and they exchange clothing, like the Israelites, they only wore one kind of garment. They just wore a t-shirt, and some sweatpants. No, there was armor. There was other. See, when Jonathan takes off his armor and he gives it to David and they exchange that, it's like when Aaron is about to die. You remember Aaron is about to die, and Aaron's about to die. So Moshe takes Aaron and his son Eleazar, and then the garments of the priests are taken off of, right, Aaron, right, and they are placed onto Eleazar because the garments also have a significance there, right? It's almost like sometimes, I don't know if people do it still, people probably do, but I remember before, like growing up, where sometimes ones will let one wear their sheepskin or wear their, something, wear their clothing. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we'll wear your sheepskin or your garment and everything, so they can style and profile. But be that as it may, we'll get into a little bit more of that because Dawid is still like a shepherd, boy from the country, and Jonathan, he's a soldier, he's a warrior. He has these garments on, right? And there's layers of garments too. You know what I'm saying? But be that as it may, this is one of the best kind of supplements to historical narrative for what we have here, the time in which this psalm likely arose. So the psalm is also themed refusal to flee, right? When in perilous situation. Refusal to run away when in a perilous times. Perilous times. I'd like to share that tune there by Vaughn Benjamin, Perilous Times, right? Like it's called Perilous, based on the Timothy, the Timothy reading there, right? When in perilous times, there's a refusal to flee for those who have confidence, surety in Yahweh's guidance and protection. Now, when Saul, right? Protection from danger. When Shaul, first king of Israel, right? And the Moshiach, he's anointed first king. When Saul's obsession, right, became apparent. Saul had this psychological condition, this obsession, right, became apparent, right, against David, right? It is natural, right? It's only natural to suppose, right, that David, right, he received advice to flee, right? Received advice to flee, right? However, David did not flee, right? Upon that first advice, and that he didn't flee. He stood his ground, he remained. However, at the king's court, right? At the king's court. So he was at the king's court. Things were going bad. Shaul, the spirit of Yahweh left, right? The evil spirit from Yahweh came upon him. He had all these kind of spiritual and psychological conditions and everything. David, it was dangerous. You could tell that he had this kind of, evil eye to David. But David refused the advice to flee. Instead, he remained at the king's court until after the second attempt upon his life failed. So there was a first attempt, right? I think something like, if I'm correct, Shaul, while David is playing music and stuff, he's playing music that calms the savage beast. The music is calming Shaul and making him, cope with his condition better. And then he just picks up a javelin or something and throws it at David. You know what I mean? Like, whoa. You know what I mean? Those kind of, that kind of way there, right? But after the second attempt upon David's life, Ishto, David's Isha, his Eshet, his Orset, his woman, his wife, she persuaded him to go. She persuaded him, it's time to go, right? His feelings in that crisis are here described. Now remember the daughter of Shaul, Michal, right? David had married, right? Saul's daughter, right? Saul had married David, right, to his daughter. And then around the time on their honeymoon or when they just get into know one another, he sent hitmen over to him to chat, man, on the honeymoon, so to speak, on my Hebrew honeymoon. Anyway, here, right? He got the advice, and she also helped him, Michael, right? Back then, had a beautiful soul. She must have went through a lot of crazy stuff with her father. But anyway, she persuaded him to go, right? So here we have his inner vibes. One may say his feelings, his inner vibes in that crisis are here described. So not to get into to much on this right here, but just so you can get the overview right here, right? Confidently sets the all-seeing eye, right? And all-seeing eye of Yahweh. I know some people say, all-seeing eye, that's Freemasonry, that's Illuminati. Everything that the devil manipulates to confuse us or to trick us, he just uses and perverts God's own things, right? Check, right? The all-seeing eye of Yahweh before the ungodly who carry out his murderous designs under cover of darkness. There's some verses where it talk about the eyes of Yahweh, but there are some verses where it talk about his eye in a singularity in the Hebrew, right? This is placed after Psalm 10, right? Psalm 10, right? And Psalm 10 is themed, Chabarim, right? A prayer of the down-press, of the oppressed, the down-press, right? Their murderous designs, they didn't openly do these things, but under the cover of darkness, secretly, right? The life of David, right, is threatened. The pillars of the state, this psalm here, concerning the life of David is threatened. The pillars of the state, right, are shaken, right? They counsel the king, right, to flee, right? They counsel the king to flee to the mountains. Now, Others say that this psalm might be during the time. There's two times that David kind of maintained times that he fled. One was during the time of Shaul, as we just pointed to, and the other was during the time of the rebellion of Absalom. So there are some who see this as applying to the time with Saul. Others see it as possibly also applying to the time of Absalom. The similarity of the circumstances is that one fleeing, right, when there's no other recourse, right? These are indications of the time when the rebellion of Absalom was secretly preparing, but still clearly discernible. So, among the Torah scholars, sometimes ones will argue a reason like which one does it apply to more, to Shaul's time or Absalom's time. I think that it could apply to both times. It could have been the psalm, a chant, a prayer from Shaul's time, and then when going through, his son rising up, Absalom, it's the same sort of situation. Although hurrying on with a swift measure and clear and principled thoughts, still this psalm is not free from difficult points. There's some difficult points. Just as it is with all the psalms that contain similar dark passages, people going through hard and so-called dark times from the internal condition of Yisrael. So it's the individual, the I amongst I and I and I, so it's the individual's experience, but also it's the experience of the people at large, right? The gloomy condition of the nation, both during the time of Shaul and also during the time of Absalom, right, are reflected in the very language of the song, right? So right here, not going to go too much more in it right here. Let's see. David rejects, getting to the top. David rejects the advice of his friends to save his life by flight, right? Hidden in Yahweh, this theme of being hidden in Yahweh, right? As we touched on before, one of the attributes of Yahweh is he is Ha-Makom. Makom is the place, like a standing space, a standing place, the place, like a spot, right? That hidden, one can be hidden in him because he is the place. In Psalm 16:1, right? Psalm 36:8, right? He needs no other refuge. So as in Psalm 16 and Psalm 36, he speaks about how he's hidden in Yahweh, how him being in Yahweh is like being in that sure place, Ha-Makom, right? However well meant and well grounded that advice to flee, right? Here, David, he considers it too full of fear. It's too much of false evidence appearing real for him. And he himself is too confident, too sure, right? Too sure. Even one might say too cocky, right? But he's sure in Yahweh Elohim, right, to follow their advice. David also introduces his friends as speaking in other passages in other psalms, in the psalms that belong to the period of Absalom's persecution. We have Psalm 3, we have Psalm 4, right? Their lack, wanty. They want means a lack, right? What you want is what you lack. Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want. Their want of courage that he afterward had to reprove and endeavor to restore, right? So he had to rebuke them, for their lack of courage. But as well as he rebuked them, he also restored them. This is interesting because it says in the New Covenant, Brit Chadasha, if we have to reprove or rebuke someone, it also encourages us in the New Covenant scripture to make sure we restore them. So you have to reprove one for something done wrong. Also make sure, right, that once they receive that reproof, right, or don't fight against it, that you restore them as well. Showed itself even before the storm had burst forth, right, with the words that open up here. How can y'all say this? How can y'all say this? Now, we'll touch on the other matters. Let's get to it right here. Today's daily psalm, according to the royal order here, as our practice is, go verse by verse. We only got 7 verses. Here at the Aleph verse, there's 2 main sections of today's daily psalm. There's verses 1 to 3. This is where the friends advise flight. They advise, you got to get away. You got a jet. You got to get out of town. You know what I mean? Get away. Right? Leave, man. Leave. Right? Right? For your own safety. Safety. Right? And verses 4-7, his confidence. Right? His confidence in Yahweh. His confidence in Jehovah. So here, verses 1-3, the opening section. Today's daily psalm is Yod Aleph, to the chief musician. Right? Here we go right here. So here the Aleph verse. There we go right there. The Aleph verse. First verse here, including the superscription. Right? To the chief musician of David. That's the superscription there. To the chief musician, Lam Menatzeach, Lid Dawid, Lid Dawid. The word a psalm is not there. Lid Dawid, Lid Dawid. No more there. Right? Lam Menatzeach, Lid Dawid. To the chief musician, to the musical director, the leader, Lid Dawid of David, contextually for David of David. In Yahweh, do put I my trust. In Yahweh put I my trust. How say y'all to my soul, flee a bird to your mountain? How do y'all say to my soul? Here, the Ivrit, the Hebrew, Lam Menatzeach Lid Dawid. By Yahweh Hasiti, Eich Tom Rua Lenafshi, Nudi Hara Kamotz Ipor. How do you say to my soul, my psyche, my soul? How do you say? Literally, it's like, how do you say to she? Eich, Eich, how? Eich, Tomru, all of you are saying, Linafshi, to my nefesh, to my soul, to my psyche. Nudi, flee. Nudi. Now, see, Nudi is speaking to she, right? Right? But in the Hebrew, the Masoretic it's written right here. Let's see, did they bring it out right here? Nudi, right there, right here. Okay, here, you're up here, right? Nudu, right? Nudu is like speaking to like many ones. Let's see if we can bring it up right here. Nudi, here we go. There we go down there. So in the Hebrew, right, in the Masoretic, it's Nudu, right? Right. So let me see if I can highlight this right here. Let's see. Okay, let me highlight this. Let's see if I can get this here. Let's see, bring this down. Here we go. Okay, you see what's in the parenthesis right there? There we go. Right there. Okay. So reading from right to left, right? You see, okay, the kaf, right? One is the kaf, the kativ is nudi. What is written is nudi. The kare is what is said, right? Well, the kativ is nudu, slika, nudu, flee y'all, nudu, flee y'all. Nudi is like speaking to she, nudi, right? It's saying flee she, right? Flee to she, right? Now, why is this important, right? Because some areas of the scripture, sometimes there would be this what is written and then what is said. What is written right here, right? Flee thou, right? Flee thou. The kare, the verb, right? The verb is feminine singular, right? This verb here is feminine singular, right? To shake, to waver, right? To wander, right? To move to and fro, to and fro, to flutter, to show grief, right? But the sense of wavering, moving to and fro, almost like a timid bird or something like that, if you can imagine that, right? Now, this is an agreement with the noun. The noun is nefesh. So nudi is speaking to she, and the nefesh or nafshi is the soul, my soul, right? Which is she as well. So this is an agreement. Now the ketib, what is actually written in the Masoretic scrolls is nudu, flee y'all, nudu, right? The ketib is said to be addressed to Dawid and his close associates who share the peril. The plural is retained in the suffix, right? The suffix of mountains, right? Y'all mountain, harikem, right? Harikem. The kem at the end means like you all, So this is an agreement with the nudu. I just want to point this out because it's important just to touch on it. This makes it preferable to regard ye birds in the Hebrew collective singular sense, right? Because the sipor, right? The word for bird here is in singular, not siporim, right? Not siporim, right? Siporot. No, it's bird singular, sipor. Like Moshe's wife, her name was Zipporah, right? Zipporah, right? But here it's the Hebrew collective singular. So the subject of the verb. So the translate, flee y'all birds, right, is often what is brought out. So there's a timorous and defenseless birds. They supply a graphic picture for the victims of persecution. The victims of persecution, their soul, their psyche is like a timorous and a defenseless bird, right, who have no resource but to fly. Right? Like a bird, you try to trap off a bird, it's going to try to fly, try to get away. But what Dawid says here, he begins off not with the flee, but within he who he be, do I put my trust. Right? By Yahuwah, chasiti. In Yahuwah, I chasa. I seek refuge. I flee for protection. That's literally the chasa sense, literally to flee for refuge, right? In the figurative sense, is to put trust in Elohim, to put trust in Yahweh, right? To have confidence or hope or expectation, right? To flee, right? In that sense, right here, right? And that's the other word for trust, right there. But right here, he says, by Yahweh, in Yahweh hasiti. In Yahweh, I have already fled for protection. Chasiti. I have fled. I have trusted. Right? Eich. How? Eich. How is it? Eich. Tomru lenafshi. Eich tomru lenafshi. How do you say to my soul? Eich tomru lenafshi. Nudi harikem sipor. Nudu harikem sipor. Flee thou, right, to your mountains, your birds, or flee, right? A bird. The word as is not there. Flee bird to your mountains. Literally, flee bird to your mountains. So to the soul. Speaking to the soul, the nefesh, speaking to the soul, the psyche, speaking to the emotion, speaking to the passion, right? Literally, soul in Hebrew, nefesh is the breathing creature. You'll notice that as our moods and attitudes change, our breathing, our breath is affected. But here in the Hebrew sense, the soul is the seat or throne, the seat of appetites, the seat of emotion and passions. Activity of mind, will, and character is also there, right? But it corresponds with the modern sense of what we would say the soul or the psyche, that psychological state, right? The psychological state. Me, my life is in danger, right? You're speaking to my soul, my psyche. Tell my psyche to get away to your mountain. Caves in the side of the mountains often offered ideal hiding places, even for the Israelites and others, right? Caves, right? Caves offered, right? The ideal hiding place. So here for this first verse right here, again, including the superscription, La Menatziach le Dawid, to chief musician of David. By Yahuwah Hasiti, in he who he be, I have fled. I trust. I've taken refuge. I have trusted. I trust. I fled to for protection. Right? Eich tomru lenavshi. How? Eich tomru do y'all say? Tomru are y'all saying lenavshi to my psyche, to my soul. Nudu, flee y'all. Nudi, flee. Speaking to she, flee. Harikemas ipor, flee, bird, to your mountain. Here, picking up the bait verse here. Second verse here. Remember the opening section, these three verses. Friends advise flight. For lo, for look. Right? So how can you say this? Look, the wicked bend bow. They make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. Some put these words here as a responsa to of the friends. So with David saying, how can y'all say to me, flee, you bird, flee, right, to your mountain, right? Here, some put these words here as this is the response of the friends, right? They're saying, now look at the situation, right? In this and the next verses, we have the language in that the friends counseled him, right? They're counseling him. So understanding the spirit of the language. Dawid says, in Yahweh I have taken refuge, I've put my trust, my confidence. So how can you say to my psyche, flee thou, right? To your mountain, ye bird, right? And here, the response of the friends in this verse, the second verse and the third verse, the Beit and the Gimel verse, is the language of the friends that are counseling him. They're saying the reason why we're saying, because he asks him a question. He says, how can y'all say Ike tomru lenavshi? How can y'all say lenavshi to my psyche? Their response, look, see, the wicked bend bow. They make ready their arrow upon the string that they may shoot privily, right? They may privily shoot, right? At the upright in heart, right? So shots are about to be fired, is what they're saying, right? Kia hineya harishaim yidarikun esheta konanua chitzam al yeter lerota bemo ofel Le Yisraelay, at the upright, Yisraelay, at those who are Yashar in Lab. We have Caleb, like heart. Here we have Yisrael, Le Yisraelay, at the upright in heart. Now, in the Hebrew, Bemo Ophel, the word privily is the word Ophel. It's a type of darkness, right? It's more like a gloom in a sense. It's a type of darkness, right? The Ophel, right? The more Ophel. So when it says privily, right, it's actually more in the gloom, in the darkness, right? In the secondary sense, literally, it's gloom or darkness. Secondary sense is spiritual unreceptivity. In the figurative sense, spiritual unreceptivity, like calamity, that they may shoot in the darkness at the upright in heart, because they are spiritually unreceptive, Dawi, right, to that goodness, that Yahweh has provided in you. They are unreceptive to that, so they want to kill you. They take your good for evil. It's kind of like they're not saying this, but by the use of the words, they're bringing out both the literal sense that these enemies are aiming to kill you, and not just to kill you, but to kill the upright in heart, right? The Yoshre, right? Yishrei is the plural of Yashar. Yashar means like straight, upright. Yishrei are the upright ones of Lave, the upright ones of heart. What do we have here? Yishrei Lave, right? To shoot in darkness, to shoot from a dark place where they lurk, right? Privily, the Ophel, Bemo Ophel, the gloom, right? The spiritual unreceptivity, right? In a figurative sense, it can be calamity. Now, what's interesting is that this seemed to match like with Saul, like Saul's kind of his kind of spiritual bipolar condition, you know what I'm saying, that he was going through and everything. But be that as it may, right? The upright in heart, the intended victims are innocent men. The intended victims are those who are Yashar, right? Yisraelay, right? They're not just upright, but they're Yisraelay. They are Yashar of heart, right? They're Yashar of heart. Here we have the word Lab, Yisraelay, of mind, of will, of understanding, of inclination, of conscience, right? So the wicked bend bow, right? They make ready their arrow up on the string, right? On the string, that they may privily, right? Or in Ophel, in spiritual unreceptivity, in gloom and darkness, right? Lerot, shoot, right? at the upright in heart. Here, the second verse. Ki hine harishayim yidrikuna keshet konenu chitzam al yeta, upon the string al yeta, lirot, to shoot, bemo ofel, to shoot at them in unreceptiveness, spiritual unreceptivity, in the gloom, right? Le yishrei le, the upright of heart. Here, the Gimel, right? Friends advise flight here, the third verse here, right? The third verse here. If the foundations, right? If the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? Ki ha shatota, ye haresunas adika, ma pa'al, ma pa'al. What pa'al? What can they work? What can they do? Pa'al. We touched on the word pa'al already before. Pa'al, to make, to do, in the sense of systemically, habitually, what they practice, right? And no, this is talking about like systemic like injustice, right? And what was going on both in the time of Shaul and even with Absalom's revolt against his father David, right, was something that speaks to the systemic, right? You know, when it's about systemic racism, systemic injustice, systemic, things going on in the system. When the system turns bad, like, what can even good people do? Is the basic general idea. Ki hashatot, yeharesun. If the shata singular, shatot plural. Here, the word for foundation is not the other word, mossad. Mossad is foundation from yasad. This is shata, plural, shatot, right? The foundation, the support, the stay, the basis, right? This word is better like if the basis is shatot. Remember, it's plural sense. The political basis of the society, if the moral basis or support of society is undermined, you know what I mean? If that morality, if that Torah is undermined, right, within the government, the kingdom, right? If it's undermined, you can say within the church or the holy place, the political moral support, if that is undermined, ki hashatot yeharesun. If it's haras, yeharesun. If it's torn down, if it's beat down, if it's plucked down, if it's undermined, as the foundations, you can say if a society is pulled down, is destroyed, is compromised, is undermined, Sadiq ma pa'al. Sadiq ma pa'al. Ma what? Pa'al. What can they do? What can they do? But now, in the Hebrew sense of this is a possible translation. You see, it says if the foundations, if. It could be a if, but if is usually im. Im is if, right? This has a sense of because it's done, or even a contextual of when. You see, when we're speaking about time and use the key, right? The key is also speak of time. So in context like this, right, the translator says if. So I would regard the KJV on that to be a false translation. Others follow the falsity of it, but this is more correct here, right, of when the foundations are destroyed. So let's read it like that. Ki hashatota yeharisun. When the foundations are plucked down, pulled down, destroyed, right? It's tzaddik. Tzaddik is righteous, like a righteous one, a righteous one. Tzaddik ma pa'al, right? What can the righteous accomplish? What work can they practice? Can the righteous practice righteousness, right? If the foundations of righteousness are compromised or destroyed, right? Society, this brings out the sense here, right? What Dawid is saying right here and what's being brought out here is that society, right, like a building, right, it rests upon foundations. For example, the moral foundation, the political foundation, right, the kingdom, the governmental foundation, you know what I mean, the spiritual, you know what I mean, foundation. right? Like a building, it rests upon foundations. And should these be undermined or compromised, there is a likelihood of a collapse. There's a likelihood of a collapse. If these are undermined, right, then that means that society is going to fall, right? The pillars of society, what are they? What are the pillars of any society? The real pillars. They are law and justice, right? The pillars of any society is law, right, and justice that have been flouted, right? Like that have been compromised, right, by the men and the people, right, whose duty it was to uphold them. Who are the men, right, according to the context of Mizmor Yod Aleph, who are the men who have it as a duty to uphold them? Well, in the context, the king and his counselors, right? Shaul and his counselors. Somebody should have told him, hey, why are you going after David? What you're doing here is wrong. Or even in the case of Absalom, who rose up against his father when Dawit now was king himself. You know what I mean? Somebody should have told him, but they encouraged him, right, within that. So that means the foundations, of the society have been undermined, and that even the Sadiq, the righteous, could only do so much in this condition. Why do you think that Abraham, being righteous vis-a-vis, right, he had to come out, right, of where his hometown, where he was born and grow. He had to come out of his hood. He had to leave his hood, right, not to give nothing back to the hood. He had to come out that hood. He had to go, right. You know what I'm saying? And this is counted for righteousness. So he's righteous, but how much righteousness could he imagine? The sore thumb, right, of righteousness he would be around a bunch of thumbs of wickedness, right? So therefore, it shows where even standing your ground is good, but one has to really, look at it, right, even from this view, right here. When the society has been so undermined, there's only so much. There's a verse in the scripture that says about Babylon, the Israelites, we say about Babylon, we could have healed Babylon, right? All of these things, the civil rights and this and that, and we could have healed Babylon 1865. We could have made things, but she would not. She didn't want it. The whore did not want Yahweh's laws. She wanted the whore's laws, right? And even the whore's laws, when it's compromised, you see what's going on in society, right? Right? Ki hashatot yeharasun tzadik ma pa'al. What can the righteous do? But in the Hebrew, ma pa'al, tzaddik, ma pa'al, the righteous, tzaddik, ma pa'al, ma, what? Pa'al, what can he do? What to do, right? The more better translation is, what have the righteous wrought? What have the righteous done? So you see where it says, what can? The word can is not there. Yakol is not there. Speaking of ability, can is not there. It more or less says what the righteous do, right? If the foundations are destroyed or compromised and undermined, ki yahashatota yaharasun, right? What the righteous do? What has the righteous done? What the righteous do, right? What has the righteous done? These were men in the kingdom. There were men in the kingdom who were righteous. They were tzaddik. Right? So we have this idea of what righteous is. I mean, even Job, not Job. Who is it? Not Job. Lot. Even Lot is called righteous. Although one may put question marks on how could he say to the men of Sodom, take my daughters, right? Well, they were married, wasn't they? And then it says that they had husbands. But then the father says they did not know men. What kind of town is this? They're married, but these women did not know men, but they had husbands. Okay, right? But when we look at Lot's actions, right? We look at Lot's actions, some of us today might question, and it's a good question because it's a good study to find the answers, the true answers to these questions. How was Lot righteous? Right? So even Lot was righteous. In fact, let me just bring this out. In the Hebrew sense of tzaddik, righteous. For example, have you been convicted of a crime? Now, those who've been convicted of a crime because of the conviction, right, it can be termed that they are not righteous vis-a-vis the conviction. Now, if they serve their time and so forth and so on, right? Theoretically, they return to a state of not being criminal because they have paid their debt to society, blah, 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 right? So the term righteous basically also can mean that you have not been accused and convicted of a crime. You know what I'm saying? So to really understand the context of right, because people think that righteousness is like a super cape, like a cape of a superhero. It's not really like that, right? In other words, either you're righteous or you are guilty. You're criminal. You know what I mean? So the trial determines which one. That's the ideal of the trial, right? So if you're accused of something you didn't do, you go through trial, the evidence comes forward, you didn't do it, you are vindicated. In other words, you are returned to your status of being righteous, right? Now you may have done some other crime, but you just haven't been accused of that and adjudicated, and therefore convicted of that crime. So understand righteous, right? So there were men in the kingdom who were righteous. In other words, they were not notorious, overt offenders. They knew what was right, right? They were not, but they did nothing. But they did nothing. They did nothing to protest against the lawlessness of the rulers, right? Or in the context of Shaul, of the king. They didn't protest. I mean, we see Jonathan protesting. Yeah, Jonathan protests, and he almost, man, what his father said about him, man. My goodness, man. You know what I mean? Just because Jonathan was speaking the right thing, he's saying that, listen, David, David's a good man. You know what I mean? And anyway, be that as it may, those who did protest, they got shut down. Consequently, if there is no ability for the righteous, right, to be righteous, right, to do righteousness, right, therefore a violent death could only be averted by escape, right? A violent death could only be averted by escape. Sometimes, I know people say no retreat, no surrender. Well, yeah, no retreat, no surrender when we got the upper. But in some cases, a strategic retreat is advisable. You know what I mean? It's advisable, right? Otherwise, a violent death, right, is what is next, right? So a violent death in this context could only be averted by escape. So the Hebrew, right, of this particular verse, Tzadik ma pa'al, right, translated here as what can the righteous do, right? Like we said, the word can is not there, right? More better is what have the righteous done, right? What has the righteous done, right? So those who knew what was right, sometimes they just kept quiet. Not my business. Yeah, it's wrong what's happening, but it's not my business. I don't want to get Saul. Saul's crazy, man. Don't want to say nothing, So the Hebrew here, what, right? The righteous, right? The innocent victims do. So we can look at this in a twofold sense. This is the beauty of the Davidic Psalms and areas of the scripture. It can both apply in both contexts, right? What has the righteous done? And what can the righteous, right, in this context, the innocent victims, right? The innocent victims do. They are helpless in such circumstances, right? Helpless in such circumstances and must flee the country. It's interesting because Dawid, the greater David, the greater son, but Dawid, he went into exile a couple of times. All right. So going into exile, people say, oh, why are you going into exile? All right. If you're the elect of God, if you like David, why do you go into exile? Well, David went into exile a couple of times. All right. It's kind of strange in a sense. Right? It's really kind of strange in a sense. I'm just thinking about exile and His Majesty going to exile. How some fools think about it. It's interesting, But if there's some danger, I bet you that they'll back up. They'll back up, take the other road. You know what I'm saying? This says a wise man sees danger. You know what I'm saying? And he hides himself, right? Or he takes another route. He responds to that. The fool, right? They fall headlong. But here, Ki hashatot yeharasun, tzadik ma pa'al. So here, first part, first three verses, right? Here to the last part of the psalm here, this psalm, Song of Steadfastness, verses 4 to 7. Here's the Dalet verse. Here's the fourth verse right here. And this section here is his confidence, the confidence in Yahweh, that even, he stood his ground. I mean, he stood his ground as long as you could stand your ground. You know what I mean? You stand it as long as you can stand it. But if you can't stand it no more, why are you going to still try to stand it when you can't stand it no more? You already stood your ground. You already showed, that determination. So here he gives his confidence, right? What gives him that confidence to stand that ground? Here in the Dalet verse, he says, Yahweh in his holy temple, Yahweh's throne in heaven, Shemaim. His eyes behold, his eyelids try the children, right? His eyelids try the children of men. Here, right? Let's see what we have here. LXX, dal al dal upon the poor. Let's see, al afapayo, afapav. Okay, right there. We're going to go up here to this one, and then we'll bring that out as we go through the breakdown. HB up here. Yahuwah, behekalak adsho. Yahuwah, bashamayim akiso. Ainayo, yechezua afapayo. Yibachanu bene Adam. Here, Yahuwah, he who be, who he be. Behekalak adsho. In his temple, in his holy temple. He who be, who he be, is in his holy temple. Yahuwah behekala kadisho. Yahuwah, he who be, who he be, bashamayim kiso. He who be, who he be, in the heavens, ba shamayim, in ha shamayim, ba shamayim. Yahuwah ba shamayim, kiso is his kiseh, his throne, his covered throne is in the heavens. Anayo, his eyes, anayo, yechezu. It beholds, like beholds in a vision. Afapav, yivachanu, and his eyelids try, bachan, his eyelids try, b'nei Adam, his eyelids try the sons of men, the humanity. B'nei Adam often is general for like mankind, not specifically Israelite, but his eyelids try, put to the test, humanity, the children, of men, humanity. The word try here, bachan. Remember we touched on it earlier, bachan, to examine, to try, often used of testing metal. But here, Dawid's response right here is that Yahweh, he who be, behekal, in the hekal kadsho, the hekal, in the hekal kadsho, in his hekal is the word for temple, right? Temple and also the palace of the king. You see where it says temple, and this the B entry. It's an interesting something that King Solomon says. He says that the palace is not a place for man, but for God. Right? It says if they don't know God in his imperial palace in Addis Ababa and Addis Ababa, right, then they suffer and die, right? Solomon, he says that the palace is not a place for man, but a place for God. Let's do this here. Why has Aleppo over here? Let's scroll over here. Give me one moment I want to bring this up just to show you right here, right, where he says the palace. So Heikal is the word usually used for the temple, right? Let me put God, and let me put non-place for man. To see man, non-place for man, but for God, right? And let's see right here. Let's see if we can bring it out right here. Right. There we go. Wow. Here we go. First Chronicles 29:1. Furthermore, Dawid, the king, said to all the congregation, Shlomo Beni, Solomon my son, whom alone Elohim have chosen, right? Young and tender. And the work, my bad, I said it was Solomon. That's why That's what the Spirit pours me there. Right? Knew that what was about to come out wasn't right. Slicha. It wasn't Solomon, right? But it was concerning Solomon. It was a David that says this right here, according to Chronicles, Chronicles 29:1. He says, Shlomo Beni, Solomon my son, whom alone, right? Echad as one, Echad, whom alone Elohim have chosen. Elohim have Bahar, have elected, right? Young and tender. The work is great. Remember the word for work here is malaka. Another word for work, the occupation, the occupation of being a king is great. The malaka of the king is great, right? For, he says, the palace, right? And here, right, here uses the term bira for palace, bira, right? They say somewhat of a foreign word. I think this might be a little more Aramaic, came in because that's when this book was written later on. Is not for man, right? Is not for who? Is not for Adam, right? But for Yahweh Elohim, right? So the palace. So what he's saying is basically the work of the king is a godly work. You know what I mean? And thus even the king is kind of the highest, the anointed king of Israel is the highest representation. He is the most high, under the most high, right? Right here. So I just want to bring that out. And over there, okay, the bira. So the bira, I think, is a later word, no doubt Aramaic right here. But to this right here, he says that Yahweh is in his holy Haykal, right? Yahweh be Haykal Kadisho, right? This is the psalmist's reply. This, we could say, is David's faith-based reply, right? His credit-worthy reply to his advisors. So verses 2 and 3 of Psalm 11 is what the advisors are advising and why they're advising. And the advice is not really bad advice, right, on that level. But here's David's response to it, right? That there is an Elohim in Shemayim. There is a judge in the heavens. Maybe the men Elohim, the judges and the king who are supposed to rule and serve, right, in that godlike function, maybe they're not doing their jobs, you know what I mean? But there is an Elohim, there is a judge of judges, right? There is an Elohim in heaven, and he maintains what is right, right? He maintains the right, he maintains the cause. So temple, once again, right here in this term, Haykal, right? Haykal, temple, right? As the palace of God, right? As king, right? Ezekiel's temple, the heavenly temple right here. Haykal. Haykal is like any large building, right? In fact, even the tabernacle is called Haykal as well. I'm sorry, the tent. It's called Haykal. So that it doesn't always have to be a stone building, but usually this word applies like to Solomon's temple and the second temple as a large, the kind of public building, as a palace or a temple, right? So temple stands in this sense here for what is in Shemayim, right? What is in the heavens. Yahuwah behekal kodsho, Yahuwah bashamayim kiso. And he who he be is what? His kiseh, right? Kiseh is throne. Kiso is to say his throne. Kiseh, a throne or covered over throne. Kiso is to say his throne, his seat of honor, his seat of royal dignity, of authority, of power. And this word throne is a throne that is canopied, right? As we see even among the elect of God, right? The King of Kings of Ethiopia, there's that ancient canopy. So it's not just a seat. There is a seat. The seat is the throne, but the particular type of throne being described is one that has a canopy over it. It's almost like a sukkah. It's like a booth, right? It's covered over, right? So here it is seen that Yahweh has this same type of covered over throne in the Shemayim, in the heaven. So we have Psalms like Psalm 18, right? Psalm 18, round about verse 6, verse 7, and Psalm 29, right? Round about verse 8, verse 9. So the throne here is speaking of the throne of judgment, as we have it in Psalm 9, round about verse 4, right? The throne, what kind of throne? The throne of judgment, right? And then it goes on to say, his eyelids behold, His eyelids, behold, yechezu, yechezu. His eyelids, chazah. This word means to see and to look, but more contextually, it means to prophesy, to see in a vision. So the word chaza means like to see in an ecstatic state, to see in a vision. Not just a regular see, but like, you see something like, you be looking, we look around, we see things, but sometimes you can look just with your eyes, but you'll see something, not what you're looking at with the physical eye, but you're seeing a vision, right? And this is the sense where it says that his eyelids, Yahweh's eyelids, Ainayo Yechezu, right? Anav Yechezu, right? His eyes, right? They see in the vision. They see the vision, right? Afapayo, right? And his eyelids, right? So the word for eyelids, af, his af, afapayo, afafayo, right? Afafayo, af, right? His eyelids, right? Literally, it's the eyelid, but in the figure of speech, the af is like the rays of dawn, like the rays of the sun. In that sense, you know how the rays come from the sun? Yeah, in that sense, the eyelids, right? Eyelash. Also, in the context of eyelash, eyelids, right? As they flutter, right? And the rays as they come out from a light source. So this is a forcible image borrowed from human action. So in this verse, in Dawid's reply right here, he brings out a very strong image that's borrowed from human action. Some call these things anthropomorphic, man form, right? When a person closely scrutinizes an object, when somebody closely looks at or scrutinizes an object, what happens? He contracts his eyelids. Elohim, although enthroned in Shemaim by Shemaim in the heavens, thoroughly examines the deeds of his creatures upon the earthly plane. In the Hebrew faith, and therefore the Hebraic thought, the remoteness of the divine dwelling place by Shemaim in the heavens was never seen from the Hebrew faith, and the Hebrew perspective was never held to be incompatible, right, with Elohim's detailed knowledge of what happens in the world, right? What happens on the earthly plane. He is sometimes said, even in the Hebrew scriptures here, to come down. Like even in the wilderness, he came down, to come down, right? Like almost like step down from the throne, right? Come down to where the people are, right? And look upon the actions, right? And look upon the actions of men and people, right? And in particular, the B'nai Yisrael, as we have in the tabernacle. Build me a place that I may tabernacle, right? So for all intents and purposes, Yahweh tabernacled in that tent, right? He abode in that tent. He made his presence, his person known. We have this also in Psalm 18, around about verse 9, right? Hebraically verse 10. So here, verse 4, right? Verse 4 once again, bring it out. Yahuwah be hekala kodsho. Yahuwah bashamayim kiso. Anayo yechezu afapayo yibachanu, his eyelids bahan, right? Try and test as to examine gold, right? Like a jeweler, right? Looking at it, scrutinizing it closely. Anayo yechezu afapayo yibachanu, right? B'nai Adam, the children of Adam, to say humanity. Son of man, a human being. Children or sons of men, human beings, humanity, right? A humanity. So his eyelids try, right? Test humanity, right? Like a jeweler tests, fine gems or silver or gold, yeah? To find the real value. Here the hay verse. The hay verse, the fifth verse right here, still in the second section, right? The last in the second section, his confidence in Yahweh. Yahweh tried, right, the righteous, trieth the righteous. However, the wicked and him that loveth Hamas. Do you love Hamas? I don't love Hamas. You like violence? Okay. May you get a lot of Hamas then. right? And to him that loveth Hamas, his soul, his psyche hateth. Now, interesting that remember the soul always is a noun feminine, right? So it's the psyche, our psychological state is qualified Hebraically, right, as a noun feminine. But notice, Yahweh, he trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence, Yahweh's psyche, his soul, right, his Shekinah, right, his Shekinah hateth. She hates it, right? You say Wisma hates it, right? Yahweh's Adika Yibchan. Yahweh Tzaddik Yibchan. He who be who he be, the righteous Yibchan. Notice, the previous verse ended off with that his eyelids, anayo, afapayo, Yibchanu. His eyelids, they try, they test B'nai Adam. And then this next verse begins, Yahweh, he who be a tzaddik, the righteous or righteous, Yibchan. He trieth righteous. He trieth the righteous. Right? There's a reasoning that we have. You know why it says he trieth the righteous? Do you ever see where it says Yahweh trieth the wicked? Do you ever see that? I mean, maybe I missed it, but find if he trieth the wicked. Right? He trieth the children of men. He trieth the righteous. The reason why is that he don't really try. You don't find those verses because he knows that the righteous can stand the test. The wicked cannot stand the test. So you don't try the wicked. You know what I'm saying? There's no need. He only tries the righteous. You know what I mean? You try that which is of value. Garbage, you already know garbage is garbage. You know, Yahuwah Tzaddik Yibchan. With and, right? So you try the Tzaddik. Once again, we have the same Tzaddik. Remember earlier? This is also Dawid's response to what his friend said earlier, right? When they say Ki hashatot yeharusun, Tzaddik mapa'al, right? When the foundations are destroyed, what have the righteous done, or what can the righteous do? And so here now Dawid in his response, he says Yahweh Tzaddik Yibchan, that Yahweh he tries, he puts the righteous through testing. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? We're Rasha, but the Rasha, right? And the Rasha is the wicked, the criminal, the guilty, right? Those who are hostile to his way, truth, and life. We're Rasha, we're Ohev, and the Ohev, right? Ohev, like lover, Ohev, a lover, the lover, right? We're Ohev, and a lover, Hamas, and a lover of Hamas, and a lover of violence. We're Ohev, Hamas, Sana nafsho. Sana, she hates. Nafsho, his soul, right? She hates, right? His soul hates the lover of violence, the Ohev Hamas. The Ohev Hamas. So here's the word Hamas, yo. Right? Hamas. Violence, wrong, cruelty, injustice. It's in the sense of violence or wrong. It's in the sense of unjust gain. Unjust gain, right? Unjust gain. You know, in principle, of course, we're on Yisrael's side, but we're not on the side of all who are of Israel, because we know that they, you know, not all who are of Israel are Israel, but in principle, but definitely couldn't be on the Hamas side. You know what I mean? Because we know what Hamas means, right? And notice, if you love them, we're Rasha, right? And the wicked, and we're Ohev, so the wicked, the defiant, the criminal, and the lover of Hamas, Sana, Nafsho. His soul hateth. So he trieth the righteous, right? Trieth the righteous. Tzaddik Yibchan. Tzaddik Yibchan. Elohim, Yahweh, he tests all his creatures, all his works, all his creation, right? Especially all men and people, even the righteous. But when he approves, right, of the righteous, right, his protective care is assured. It's like if you take some jewelry to the jeweler and you say you think it's valuable, right? Once the jeweler knows that's of value, you know, he's ready to reason with you. He recognizes, he sees the value in it, right? But if it's garbage, it's like just go. So approving of the latter of the righteous, therefore his protective care is assured. His soul hateth. This is the interesting, right? His soul hateth. In the context of the Hebrew, his soul, speaking of she, his soul, she hates. Right? It says so right here in the scripture. It says so also again in Yeshaya, in Isaiah 1 and 14. Let's just go quickly here to Isaiah 1 and 14. 1 and 14 to compare and contrast here the KJV, right? He says, your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hateth. Whoa. Your new moons, right? The Rosh Chodesh, Chodashim, and your appointed feasts, your Moadim, my soul, he says, hateth. They are a trouble to me. I am weary to bear. I'm weary to bear. Right here. Right? He says, Chad Shekem. Oh no, okay. Chod Shekem, your Chodesh, new months. Chad Shekem, Ua Mo'adekem, Sana Nafshi. Sana, she hates. Nafshi, my soul hateth. So the Shekinah hateth them, right? Chad Shekem Ua Mo'adima Sana Nafshiya. Hayu Alai La Torach Nil Etia Niso. He says, like, I'm going weary of carrying that burden. So the bear to Nasa, Niso, right? To lift it up, to carry, like to bear with you, even in the sense of forgive. Like that's just too much there. But the point here is that his soul, right? The soul hating, right? Yahweh speaking, right? Here through the prophet Yeshaya in Isaiah 1:14, corresponding to this fifth verse of Psalm 11, right? The nature of Elohim finds evil, right? Loathsome, disgusting, wherever it occurs. And his Shekinah, his soul, right, hated. It reminded me of, I don't know if you ever, any of you ever seen that Raiders of the Lost Ark movie? I should have gotten that as just a little, they have some gifts of it. The Raiders of the Lost Ark movie where they was trying to like get the Ark allegedly from, they switched it up. See, it was really Ethiopia, right? Ethiopia and Mussolini. But they flipped it around in the movie. They made it the Nazi Germany and Egypt next door. See, they shifted over, took the truth, right, and shifted over to make the fiction. But in that movie, they get the Ark, right? The Nazis want to pretend to be priests. The Nazi, what were they, Jews? Nazi Jews? I don't know, but they trying to be priests. They tried to steal the Ark, right? So anyway, when they do this ritual, you'll see it in the end of the Raiders of the Lost Ark movie. You've probably seen it before. They go to this ritual. So then you see that there's like the spirit, right? The spirit comes out of the ark, right? And it seems to be like it seems like a woman, so it's supposed to be a beautiful woman, right? But then the face turns from being like a beautiful, like a woman face. Of course, they had a white woman, but be it as it may, a woman's face. It turns into a skull, and this fire come out, and it hits them in the heart, and it kills them, and everything. It's something like that, basically, just so you can understand the ramification, of the wicked, right, and those who love violence, and his hatred, his animosity against them. Right? Yahuwah Tzaddik Yibchan, we Rasha, we Oheb Hamas, Sana Nafsho. Here. To the sixth verse, next to last verse of Vav, the sixth verse right here. This is Dawid's response, right? His response, right? His confidence in Yahweh, right? Upon the wicked, and also he's reproving them slightly, but he's also seeking to restore their confidence as well. He's sharing his confidence in order to restore, to strengthen them as well. Upon the wicked, he shall rain sneers, fire and brimstone, and an horrible tempest, right? the portion of their cup. So basically saying that this is what the portion of their cup, right, is upon the wicked. He shall rain sneers, fire, and brimstone, a horrible tempest. All of that is to say that is their portion. That's what they get in their chalice. That's what they get in their cup, in their kos, in their kos. Kos, there it is, right? A burning tempest, horrible tempest, a burning tempest. Okay, what do we have right here? Right, let's see right here. Pachim, Pacheme, Semekus. So the Masoretic has Pachim. Pachim is the plural of like sneers, traps. But some propose it should be Pachame Eish. Right? But let's just read it first, the standard way right here, according to what is written. So what do we have right here, here? Yamtir ar rishayim pachim eish we gafrita we ruach zilafot menat kosam. It's the portion of menat kosam, of their kos. Kos, cup, kosam, or chalice, cup, kos, kosam, their cup. Menat kosam, the portion of their cup. The alternative way to read this right here is Yamtir ar rishayim pachamei eish. So the difference here, just to break this down there, with that difference, that note right there, burning tempest, the note here where it says, he shall rain upon them sneers, right? Fire, right? Now notice it doesn't say sneers and fire. So in the Masoretic is pachim, pachim. Pachim is the plural of pach. Two pach? No, pach, pach. What's pach? Pach is a bird trap, a snare, pach, pach, right? Bird trap, literally, right? Literal, the literal bird trap. But in a figure of speech, in the second of the two types, allegorically, right, it's calamity, plots, the source of calamity, or agents, an agent of calamity, like a person who brings bad things. They're like a pach, like a snare. It's like, secondarily, it's the plate of metal. When they would make snares, traps, they would use sometimes a little bit of metal. Sometimes you have to use a little bit of metal, like a plate right there, right? Here it brings it down to pach, a metallic sheet as pounded thin, right? Also like a spring net, like a lamina, like a gin, something to catch birds, to trap like animals in that sense, right? So right here, the reason why there's pachame means the sneers of. Pachame means the sneers of Aish. So some, when reading this, because it says and this and that, because there's no and between sneers and fire, instead of reading it the way the Masoretic says it says Yam Tir al Rishaim Pachim, and he will rain down Yam Tir all up on Rishaim, on the criminal, on the wicked, on the ratchet, Pachim, right? Pachim is sneers, right? And the next line of the verse is Aish, with Gafrit, fire and brimstone. The alternative reading is to read it as Pachame, the sneers of Aish. So others read it as Pachame Aish. We prefer the Masoretic on this one, but we understand, the Semachus, in other manuscripts, sometimes there might be a slight nuance of difference. But here, what do we have here? We have the judgment, right, on the wicked, right? So it speaks both to how he triumphs the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence, his soul hate. And because his soul hate them, right, this is what's going to happen to them. Upon the wicked, he will cause to rain, right? He will cause to rain, right? He will cause to rain coals, right? So here's where there's a difference. Matir, matar, yamtir, to rain, yamtir, like to send hail, right? It's to rain sometime, but also can be like to send hail. So here we have pach, right? Now you notice we just said coals, right? When we look into what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah, right? There was the coals of fire. So what they do is they adopt the phrase pachame esh. So instead of sneers, right, fire and brimstone, the pachame esh would be the coals, right? The coals of fire, right? So the coals of fire. So the word here in another form can also bring out the sense of the coals of fire, right? As we have in Genesis chapter 19, verse 24. Genesis chapter 19, right? Chapter 19. Let's go chapter 19, verse 24 right here. Right? Let's go over here. It says, then Yahweh reigned, right? The word matar. See, matar. Not the usual word for rain, but a word for rain, right? Then Yahweh reigned upon Sodom and Gomorrah. What did he reign? Right? He reigned Gofrit. The Gofrit is the brimstone. Gofrit, right? And Aish, right? Aish, right? So this is brought out right here, right, as like the coals of fire, but it's linking to this verse right there, as well as in Psalm 18, around about verse 8. Fire. Why fire? Aish. Fire, Aish. There it is. Elohim uses the forces of nature because he is the nature of natures. He is the Elohe ha-Elohim, the God of gods, the real power, right, creator of the forces of nature. Therefore, he uses the forces of nature as his instruments for destroying Harasha and for destroying the Rishaim, the wicked, right? And all of this, right, the raining, the sneers, the fire, coals of fire, the brimstone, gofrit, and it says, and horrible, and a what? A horrible tempest, right? So the horrible zilafot. So zilafa is like a burning heat, a raging heat, burning heat. It can also be a famine, like drought, right? In some hot places, right? Because the burning heat that causes famine, because the burning heat consumes up the crop, right? And it's also like that glow of the wind and also of anger. But here it says it was a ruach, right? You see the word ruach, the word for spirit, right? Also wind, with ruach zilafot, and a wind of, right? A wind of zilafot, a wind of burning heats. So it's like the spirit of burning heats, right? Ruach zilafot, translated as a horrible tempest here, or burning tempest, right? Right, burning. Yeah, well, that's how they translate it. But I want to zoom in on the word tempest here, ruach, and you'll notice that the word ruach is the same word for spirit, breath, wind, contextually mind, right there, right? And this menat kosam, this is their menat. This is the portion of their kosam, of their cup. It's like that cup in Revelation, and then the prophecy, that Yahweh gives a cup to Babylon, even to the daughter of Babylon, and kind of she's made to drink of it. This is their fate. Can't escape their fate. So right here, Yamtir Arishayim, Pachame Eish, Yamtir Arishayim, Pachim Eish, with Kafrit, with Ruach Zilafot, Menat Kosam. Last verse right here, the Zion. 7th verse right here. Seal up today's daily psalm, a song of steadfastness. Stand your ground. Here it says, Kias Adika Yahweh Tzedakota Aheb Yashar Yechezu Fanayo Yechezua Fanav. Here for the righteous Lord. Now that's not a good translation right there. right? Because there's no other kind of Yahweh. You know, he is Echad. So here, this is another bad translation. I get what they did, but you know, that was the 17th century. You know, we here in the 21st century, right? So more better is saying that ki because for because right Tzaddik Yahweh for righteous is Yahweh or Yahweh is righteous. Kia Tzaddik Yahweh for righteous, for the righteous one, actually, the Tzaddik. Remember, Tzaddik is mentioned in the 3rd verse. The righteous, what have the righteous wrought, is mentioned in the 5th verse, right? Yahweh trieth the righteous. And here it identifies that Yahweh trieth his own, in a sense. You know what I mean? In other words, he tests to see whether ones have he in them. You know what I mean? He created man in his image after likeness. See whether, you know, that reflection. So we have Sadiq here being being descriptive of Yahweh, right? So in the earlier 3rd verse, when the foundations are destroyed, what has the Tzaddik, what has the righteous one done, right? Yahweh trieth the Tzaddik. And here in the seal up verse, it says, because ki Tzaddik, because righteous Yahweh, for he who be is righteous. Tzedakot, tzedakot. Right? Tzedakot right here is the plural of tzedakah. Now, tzedakah usually in Hebrew and Judaically is expressed as charity. Charity, tzedakah, charity. Give tzedakah, right? Tzedakah. The Mohammedans, the Mahmud and his gang, he got that from the Yehudi. You know, from the tribe of Judah, you know what I mean? And the Ethiopians, you know, the tzedakah, you know, to give tzedakah, you give charity. But actually, in the Hebrew sense, it's righteousness. It would mean and refer to righteous giving, right? Not just giving, but righteous giving. So here it says tzedakot. Tzedakot is the plural sense of tzedakah. Tzedakot, righteous necessities or charitable necessities or righteous giving, right? Ahab. He loves. Ahab, to love, right? So righteousnesses he loves. Charitablenesses, right givings, he loves, right? Right? Yashar, upright. Yechezu, right? They will behold. Fanayo, fanav, they will behold, right, his face. Or here it says his countenance, panim, right, doth behold the upright. Now, this is the last verse here, not to be too long on this, but the word is yashar. So yashar here in the singular sense, it's an adjective. Take note, right? It's an adjective, right? So it's speaking about more of a type of a person, not so much of the person I am Yashar. No, well, you can be Yashar in the sense of like it's an adjective. So here it means straight, upright, the sense of upright. But now there's something interesting about this verse here, right? Because well, let me deal with the first part first, and I'll deal with the second part next. Yahweh is righteous. False translation, the righteous Lord. You know, if it said the righteous God, okay, we can get that because then we're saying the God of other peoples, they're not righteous. Okay, get that. But when it says the righteous Lord, that's a false translation. It should be that Yahweh is righteous, right? Or for righteous is Yahweh. Literally, is for righteous, for the righteous one, right? The Tzaddik, right? The Tzaddik, right? The Tzaddik, the righteous one, right? The righteous one is he who he be, right? So because righteousness is part of the divine essence, it's a part of his nature, right? It's who he be. He be has tzaddik, right? Yahweh, he who be, he be has tzaddik, right? He be has tzaddik. He be the righteous one of creation, right? Kia tzaddik Yahweh, for righteous, right, is he who be. The righteousness of man, therefore, must win his approval. That's why he's trying them, right? He's trying them to see, whether they have his essence, which is righteousness in them, right? Right choiceness. Kia tzadik Yahweh, right? It says tzedakot aheb. He loves righteousnesses. He loves righteous giving, right? He loves right choices. Yasha yechezua fanayo, right? This last part here, the upright shall behold his face. So notice here in the KJV, it says his countenance doth behold the upright. Hebraically, it's not really worded that way, right? It's more worded as the upright shall behold his face. But here the translator says his countenance doth behold the upright, right? Does behold the upright, right? In the Hebrew, it could be brought out either way. There are some nuances of Hebrew where it can actually have a kind of a twofold sense in one. The godly, the goodly, the Hasidim, the Tzadikim, right, are, so to speak, they're admitted into his presence. They're admitted into his face, before his face, into his presence. The righteous, so to speak, and the godly, they are admitted into his POV, his point of view, right? They can see things and are shown things and can receive things the way he sees things, right? Into his presence, his perception, and also have his perspective, and thereby enjoy his radiance, enjoy his light, right? Whereas the Rishaim, the criminal, defiant, the wicked, the ratchet, are banished into darkness, or as Robenu, Yeshua says, into the outer darkness. As sin, chet, sin, akri, falling short, missing the mark, it erects a barrier between, like a firewall. Like sin, it creates like a firewall between man and Elohim, between the human being and the creator, right? Goodness, however, is an attractive force. So when it mentions here, it mentions righteousness, tzedakah, to do tzedakah, right? There's a lot that the scripture, check Proverbs. Proverbs speak about how, I think it says how righteousness spares from death, right? I think that's the translation. Righteousness can spare one from death. What it's talking about, how charity, how right giving can save one from death. Right? As chet, sin erects a barrier between man, Adam, humanity, and Elohim. Goodness, do good. It's an attractive force. It's like a magnetic force, right? As the sin becomes like the repulsion of the magnet, right? Goodness, right? Especially in his way, truth, and life, it's a magnetic force drawing, right, the human being into a closer contact, into a closer communion, right, with his creator, with the blameless creator. Kia tzadik Yahweh tzedakot aheb, yashar yechezu fanayo. Yashar yechezu. Remember that chezu here is the same chaza that we touched on earlier, right? The same chaza that we touched on earlier. Right, just want to point that out right there, the same chaza, right? So right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, today's daily song of steadfastness. Here on the outro. Let's go from the Hebrew, right? The Hebrew to English, and then the highlights to seal up right here. Clean up your heart. Exterminator Dubwise right here. Right here, today's daily song.
Discipleship, celebration.
Come be a part of.
All right, Jay, why don't you society?
Where Hebrew feels like home.
מזמור י' א' למנצח לדוד. ואדוני חסיתי, איך תאמרו לנפשי, לודי הרחם ציפור. כי הנה הרשעים ידרכון קשת, כוננו חיצם על יתר, לירות במו אופל לישרי לב. כי השתות יהרסון, צדיק מה פעל. אדוני בהיכל קודשו, אדוני בשמיים כסאו, עיניו יחזו, עפעפיו יבחנו בני אדם. אדוני צדיק יבחן, ורשע ואוהב חמס, שנאה נפשו. ימטר על רשעים פחים, אש וגופרית, ורוח זלעפות, מנת כוסם. כי צדיק אדוני צדקות אהב, ישר יחזו פנינו.
Psalm 11. In the Lord put I my trust. How say ye to my soul, flee as a bird to your mountain, for lo, the wicked bend their bow. They make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. If the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold. His eyelids try the children of men. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence his soul hateth. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire, and brimstone, and an horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup. For the righteous Lord loveth righteousness. His countenance doth behold the upright.
מזמור י"א למנצח לדוד. ואדוני חסיתי, איך תאמרו לנפשי, לודי הרחם ציפור. כי הנה הרשעים ידרכון קשת, כוננו חיצם על יתר, לירות במו אופל לישרי לב. כי השתות יהרסון, צדיק מה פעל. אדוני בהיכל קודשו, אדוני בשמיים כסאו, עיניו יחזו, עפעפיו יבחנו בני אדם. אדוני צדיק יבחן, ורשע ואוהב חמס, שנאה נפשו. ימטר על רשעים פחים, אש וגופרית, ורוח זלעפות, מנת כוסם. כי צדיק אדוני צדקות אהב, ישר יחזו פנינו, 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 פנינו.
Come be a part of, come be a part of,
Atlanta Jew Society,
where Hebrew feels like home.
Now here's the Hebrew highlights.
Psalm 11.
מזמור י"א למנצח לדוד, 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 לדוד.
In the Lord put I my trust, my trust, my trust.
ואדוני חסיתי, 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 חסיתי.
How say ye to my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul.
איך תאמרו לנפשי, 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 לנפשי.
Flee as a bird to your mountain, to your mountain, to your mountain, to your mountain.
לודי הרחם ציפור, הרחם ציפור, 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 ציפור.
For lo, the wicked bend their bow. They make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. If the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold. His eyelids try the children of men. The Lord trieth the righteous. The wicked and him that loveth violence, his soul hateth. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire, and brimstone, and an horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup. For the righteous Lord loveth righteousness. His countenance doth behold the upright.
מזמור י"א למנצח לדוד. ואדוני חסיתי, איך תאמרו לנפשי, נודי ארחם ציפור. כי הנה הרשעים ידרכון קשת, כוננו חיצם על יתר. לירות במו אופל לישרי לב. כי השתות יהרסון, צדיק מה פעל. אדוני בהיכל קודשו, אדוני בשמיים כסאו, עיניו יחזו, עפעפיו יבחנו בני אדם. אדוני צדיק יבחן, ורשע ואוהב חמס, שנאה נפשו. ימטר על רשעים פחים, אש וגופרית, ורוח זלעפות מנת כוסם. כי צדיק אדוני צדקות אהב, ישר יחזו פנינו.
Yes. Boker Tov. Have a good dawn, good day. Shavua Tov in Yahweh, truth and life, brothers and sisters. Yes, So here 37 sabbatical say Shabbat strong. Psalm 11 right there. Gonna seal up with this here. Perilous times, perilous situations right here. Midnight. Oh.
But know this, yeah. In the last days, perilous times will come. Men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful and unholy. Unloving, unforgiving, slanderers without self-control, brutal, despisers of good, traitors and headstrong, haughty, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of Jah. Rastafari, having a form of godliness but denying the power, and from such people turn away. Know this, in the last days perilous times will come. Men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, unloving, unforgiving, slanderers without self-control, brutal, despisers of good, traitors and headstrong and haughty, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of Jah. Rastafari, having a form of godliness but denying the power, and from such people turn away. For of this sort are those who creep into households and make captives of gullible woman, loaded down with sins, led away by various lusts, always learning and never able to come to the knowledge of truth. Yeah, know this, know this, know this. Sing, oh barren, you have not born, break forth into singing and cry aloud. You who have not labored with child, for more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married woman, says the Lord. Enlarge the place of your tent, Let them stretch out the curtains of your dwellings. Do not spare. Lengthen your cords. Strengthen your stakes. For you shall expand to the right and to the left, and your descendants will inherit the nations and make the desolate cities inhabited. So do not fear. You will not be ashamed, neither be disgraced, for you will not be put to shame. For you shall forget the shame of your youth.
Come be a part of. Where Hebrew feels like home.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.